Hey everybody, getting ready to do another stream here. This time we're gonna stick to Pyrotoad and, Demonfish Dead Ahead. And I'm not sure, I don't think we're gonna get to Pyrotoad because we haven't in a few days and we've been trying to really get things done on Demonfish Dead Ahead, and it's been taking ages, so there's a chance we might get to Pyrotoad, and I'd like to, but yeah, trying to finish what we started here on Demonfish Dead Ahead, and then we'll be like really close to getting an update out, and then we can get back into Pyrotoad. Pyrotoad needs cutscenes, and I'm still kind of trying to work out exactly how that's gonna work. So yeah, but eventually we'll get back to Pyrotoad. Probably, you know, before too long here, because I'd really like to get that as far as possible. Get it done. Good evening, Rick. How's it going? Hey, welcome in, Arancini. Welcome. Thanks for checking in. How's it going? It's going good. Going good. Sipping some tea, getting caffeinated, just ate dinner. And getting ready to roll here. Hey, welcome Seagoat. Thanks for the bits. Everyone should check out Seagoat if they haven't yet. Seagoat does game pixel art for games. So they're a game developer, but an artist only, and that's super cool. And they've got an awesome stream. Let's go check them out. Welcome in, Seagoat. How are you doing? And Arancini, how are you doing today as well? How are both of you? And thanks for dropping in. Always appreciate it. We're just getting started here. There's probably going to be an ad for the starting ad, starting in just a few seconds here. I'm going to spread the link around while that happens. But yeah, let me know how you guys are both doing. Or how you are both doing. Hey, Tanker as well. Tanker got first. Welcome in, Tanker. How are you doing, Tanker? It's been a day. Glad it's almost over. I know how that is. I know how that is. Well, I'm also glad that it's almost over. For your sake. Ad break. Yeah, sorry about the ad. But yeah, I'm just going to spread this link around a bit, and then we'll be right back to it. Welcome back, Tanker. Sorry about the ad break. Yes, when you start the stream, it wants to do like a... Oh, you're not back. Oh, never mind. Weird ad break. Well, there's only a minute left tops, so... Well, welcome back from the ad break. Sorry about that, Tanker. Twitch likes to do the stream starting ad break kind of stuff. You can tell it how long. I usually try to do it while I'm still spreading the link, which is what I'm doing right now. So just give me a second and I'll be ready to roll. I'm just posting the link in a few discords that that I hang out in. I don't know how much it actually helps the stream, but it seems like a thing to do. Alright, I am ready. We're back. Oh, I muted myself instead of... Usually I'm muted here, so I was gonna unmute myself, but... Now you're back. Okay, welcome back, Tanker. Back again. Well, yeah, I appreciate you being here. How's your day going, Tanker? Oh wow, thank you for the sub. It's funny, I said wow, and so did the bot. But yeah, thank you so much for the sub. Oh, the gift sub. Thank you, Arancini, for the gift sub. Very much appreciate that. That's awesome of you. And Tanker, you get to enjoy the cool emotes now. Yeah, so I've got the game open here. And we made it like really far last night, but I started to get really tired. And then I found like a bunch of things that I didn't fix. And then there's a bunch of couple errors that we're getting. If we do a build, if we try to do a build, it gives me a few errors. So I must have made some mistakes when I was copy pasting stuff, and it sucks because there's like a million different things to dig through. Maybe not a million, but over 1,000, I'm thinking. Especially between the two scenes, definitely over 1,000. But yeah, I was digging through and checking each one of these things to see if they had an error, and it's a super long, painstaking process. You see, we're getting these errors here. So both of these scenes have two T's where they shouldn't, and then this one has the wrong reference. So I've swapped the reference here, but didn't swap it there on one of them. And it's a big pain in my butt. But yeah, we should check all of these to be sure. So what I did know is that if you put the extra T at the end here, like that, it'll turn white. So we're looking for one that's white, and then we're looking for one that has the wrong thing on the other scene. But yeah, there's 2 errors on scene 4 and only 1 left on scene 3. We did find one of them, so that's good. But it did take like a long time to find that error. But yeah, that's very, very, very kind of you to sub and then gift sub. And I really, really appreciate that, Arancini. Very cool person. Yeah, so here's some issues where I didn't even fix what I was supposed to be fixing. I completely missed something. And now this wouldn't cause an error, but it would cause a graphical bug. We'd be seeing the wrong fish. So in order to fix that, we're going to do that to each of these. And I don't know how I missed this, but I did. Sometimes when you have a whole lot of events in GB Studio, they glitch out a little bit and they'll be like blank, and they're like, this one's blank right now. It's not actually blank. There it is. But sometimes when it like loads, it doesn't refresh properly. And so I probably missed it that way because it's easier to like not see when it's like bugged out like that. So that's probably what happened. But yeah, I was watching a, oh, did I get this one? Yeah, I did, okay. I was watching an anime. It was a subbed anime. It's called Twilight Q. And it's like a Twilight Zone thing. I guess there's only a couple episodes. And they're like 30-minute episodes. But I saw episode 1 and it was okay. It wasn't bad. I really like the animation style. I don't know what year it's from, but it was like late 80s, early 90s. And I like that era of anime. for the style. Oh, you gotta change this thing. It was interesting because it was like you know, story driven and like writing driven rather than being like intense like either character development or just like effects or like drawing and stuff like that. Like for instance, JoJo's has like a lot of really interesting drawings, right? Like the clothes is like always super interesting. The facial hairstyles are like really interesting. Even the muscle tone and stuff like that, they're always like really portrayed in an interesting manner. The stands are all super interesting, and then the writing is interesting, but it kind of takes a back seat to all of the cool stuff that's visually appealing. Where this, on the other end, everything visually was very normal, very just I don't even know the word for it, just like normal, just like mundane, very mundane drawings, but the story itself was like this Twilight Zone type of thing, and it's pretty cool. It was interesting to see that. It reminds me of when I was in art school. There was this painter that I wasn't really friends with her, but I was acquainted to her. We had spoken a couple times at least, and she was really good. She did these really like representational still lifes of just like really mundane things, but they were really well done, and it was interesting. She was able to like breathe life into the mundane through this process of like ultra realism, and it was interesting. It was a lot of people, you know, they do things that are like, you know, more visually appealing, or like something that's like attention grabbing, and she was able to get a visual appeal and grab people's attention with the mundane, and that made it really even more interesting. There was no cheap tricks being used. It was just like, well, that's interesting, because she clearly spent a ton of time and effort making it look just so, and yet it was something like a coat hanger or something like, or not a coat hanger, like a coat rack with like some clothes on it or something like that. I can't remember exactly what she painted, but and I can't remember her name, unfortunately. But I was in a school full of artists, so I can't remember all of their names. But I do remember enjoying her works. I think that's the most important part. Her work made an impact on me. I think, what's her face? I can't remember her name. Georgia O'Keeffe. Georgia O'Keeffe kind of did the same thing. Oh, that's the wrong one. Did I do the wrong one on that too? No, I did the right one there. Of course, Georgia O'Keeffe did the vaginal flowers. I think that kind of propelled her into stardom a bit. But Georgia O'Keeffe also did this like really interesting clouds painting I think it's probably still at the Art Institute of Chicago. This massive piece, and I remember enjoying that a lot even when I was a kid, before I knew who painted it. The Art Institute of Chicago has some really good pieces. That's where I learned about Roberto Matta and Giacometti. A Alberto Giacometti and Roberto Mata. There's a wild Zeb striker in chat. We'll do the old pokey catch. That way I can make some pokemonies in my own stream. And maybe catch some Pokemons. Some Pokemon. But yeah, we were like nearly done with this, but clearly I missed some things. And it's funny because I'm pretty sure this happened to me during the game jam when I made the second set of fish, because I just copy and pasted the first set and then did exactly what I'm doing here, where I just changed the references. And then I had the same issue where I had build errors. I was like, oh no, and then I had to dig through the code and find the errors. But yeah, my day has been pretty good. I got some exercise in. Been getting back to my routine. Still not quite to where I was when I stopped, but I'm building it up a little bit. Played some Valheim on my friend's Cryptic server, and that's always a lot of fun. Then I made some food for myself. Watched that anime. Oh, that's not the right thing. I took a shower. And I woke up at a decent time. I did go to bed kind of late. It was like 2:30 or so by the time I actually went to bed. But yeah, I woke up around 10:30, I want to say. So that's almost normal. It's pretty late, really, but what you gonna do? I had another crazy dream. But I woke up, like I was singing a song at the end of my dream when I woke up, and then when I woke up I wrote it into an actual song. I just recorded it on my phone, rather. More of a sketch at the moment, but it's coming together. It's really kind of an interesting dream. So the pretext for my dream is that one of my friends back home posted something on Facebook about someone asking to borrow money and then gambling it away and then not returning the money. And he was upset about it. And then he wrote a song about it the next day. And in my dream, I was hanging out with this dude who that had happened to, but we were also hanging out with the dude that had done this to him. And that dude's father, who's actually dead, which is a little interesting. And then also that dude's like longtime bandmate. And so, but what happened was the dude who wrote the song actually transformed into the dude who stole the money's long-term bandmate guy. And it wasn't so I like side-eyed the dude who stole the money, and then the other dude was trying to get money from me, and it was this really weird situation. And it was very, very unlike the dude to to do that. Like I know that person in real life, and he's actually been really cool for a long time, ever since he got clean. And in my dream, he was still like using, and they were trying to get money from me, and they said, oh, this dude gave us money and this dude gave us money, and if you don't give us money, we're going to attack you, essentially. And I was like, nope, I'm not giving into that, and I'll kick your ass. And like I started leaving, but my shoes wouldn't fit. Like I couldn't get my shoes on because my feet were wet. It was weird. And then so I got one shoe on and then just kept walking, and they were like following me, but they weren't like chasing me. But yeah, it was weird because like I woke up in the dream and I was at this dude's dad's house, but it wasn't actually a house. It was like a rundown post-apocalyptic like basement of an apartment or something. And like I had a jug of water and a jug of vodka, but there were more jugs of water that I needed. And it's funny because I just bought like a bunch of jugs of water of the same brand. And then I went into this house that was also falling apart and didn't get all the water, but I got the vodka. But I don't drink. And then so I brought it to the neighbor's house, but the neighbor wasn't there. This old lady was on a swing, and I was like, oh, well, obviously that person's not there. So I don't know who I was expecting to be there, but I wasn't expecting the old lady to be there. And she was really upset that I was on the property, and she thought that I was like gonna rob the place or something. So I just left that and went back across the street and talked to my friend's dad, or you know, my so-called friend's dad, and he was like, oh, you know, like, don't go back into the place where you got the water because like we're not allowed in there, and you're lucky that you didn't get caught while you're in there, and like I'm not even supposed to be here, kind of thing. And like it was this weird thing. But yeah, they wanted to get money from me, and I left. And then I was walking down the street trying to put my shoe on, but there was always like people around, and like I was worried that they were gonna like attack me. And in my dream I did have money in my wallet. I remember I had like $500 in my wallet or something like that, so I was worried that like I was gonna get robbed, because I was in this like post-apocalyptic civilization where like everything was run down and no one had anything. But then I was walking out by some type of venue apparently that was just letting out, and a lot of people were leaving the venue. It was like a punk show or something, and this guy like put his arm around me, and I was like, whoa, hold up. And he said something like, I'm just looking for some strange or something like that. I was like, yeah, that's strange enough. And then that's when the song came to me. And the lyrics was, what was it? Now I forget. Give me a second, I need to sip on my tea while I think about this. The lyrics was, he's the mark of the music devil. And it was really strange because it was like in song. He's the mark of the... Wait, yeah, I almost said human. He's the mark of the music devil. He's the mark of the music devil. And actually it was the other way. It was low first and then high. But yeah, it's kind of a good chorus. I don't know what it means, the mark of the music devil, but it has enough meaning that it came to me in my sleep. The Mark of the Music Devil. Pretty weird. But I think it was trying to describe my so-called friend who had stolen the money. It was like, because like I said, I didn't really like that song that my friend had wrote. And I mean, it wasn't terrible. It just didn't feel right to me. It didn't capture the character of the person being described well enough to me. And he's the mark of the music devil seemed to capture his character more, I feel like. Kind of a strange thing. Yeah, it's strange because it wasn't like he has the mark of the music devil. It was he is the mark of the music devil. Or he's, rather. But yeah, the verse I came up with was kind of different because I was like wide awake. I think I was either in the shower or getting ready to take my shower when it came to me. And it's like, again, I don't remember right off the top of my head. It's coming to me slowly. Need to sip my tea. It was like, I can be anything I want to be. I can't be something that I'm not. I can be anything I want to be. So I'll be whatever you want me to be. Whatever you want me to. That's what it was. So yeah. There's a bridge in there, but I haven't written it yet. There has to be, because it's just too quick and fast. But it would be a short song for sure, like 2 minutes tops. But yeah, I'd probably write the bass line first. Basically just what I was humming there, or whatever that was. Did I was did-ing. But it would probably be kind of like a punk verse, and then like, I don't know, some type of chorus. Probably do something interesting with the bass during the chorus that doesn't exactly like, I don't know, like it wouldn't follow the vocal melody exactly. It would be similar, but not right exact. But yeah, slowly but surely, I'm writing an album. Just recording little bits as they come to me. And then like, I have no idea what's gonna make it into the album. But I've got a lot to choose from now. Been playing more and more piano, melodica, my bass guitar. I even recorded some electric guitar. And I really like the riffs that I wrote on the electric guitar. They're very Gary Newman, who I'm a pretty big fan of. But yeah, Gary Newman, he was in that Two-Way Army band. I didn't know it, but The Color and the Shape, the Foo Fighters album, had a extended version of it that had a Two-Way Army cover on it. I didn't know it until like I found it on YouTube, because I just had the like regular release of that. I didn't even know there was an extended release, but it had like 4 or 5 covers on it that weren't on the album. It's a little bit of a time capsule for me to hear kind of early Foo Fighters playing Gary Newman, who back then I didn't even know who Gary Newman was. I had heard that you know, Cars. And I probably even heard, oh, there's an ad in progress, that Basement Jaxx song, Where's My Head At, which samples Gary Newman. Actually, I'm not sure if it's sampling the Two-Way Army or Gary Newman. Well, I mean, technically it's definitely Gary Newman, because Gary Newman wrote the songs for the Two-Way Army, and it was the keyboard, which Gary was playing, so it was definitely his handiwork that was being sampled. I just don't remember if it was the band or his solo stuff. I think it was his solo stuff though, because the Two-Way Army only put out 1 album and they actually didn't get big or anything like that. But Gary Newman did get big, and then it kind of propelled his early stuff into the spotlight after the fact, from what I understand. Our Friends Electric, I think is what it was called, something like that. But Our Friends Electric. But yeah, there's so I didn't realize it, but Gary Newman had been releasing music this whole time. And oh, the ad break's about to end here. Welcome back from the ad break, everyone. Sorry about that. We've just been doing a lot of the same. You haven't missed much. I've been talking about Gary Newman. So Gary Newman was popular back in the 70s, and then the 80s. He kind of lost popularity by the 90s, but he continued to produce music, but he was like outside of the mainstream. And I feel like it was one of those situations where producers and labels had kind of like decided that he wasn't going to be popular, and that the only songs that he would get radio play for was Cars, essentially. And so he became kind of underground, which is really interesting because he was like a young musician when he started, and he kind of like did his own thing, and I think that kind of upset the industry, like, or the powers that be within the industry. And I think he was kind of like, in a way, blacklisted from some opportunities that other younger, more malleable musicians were getting. But he just stuck with it and kept making stuff, and it's still kind of underground. It's the stuff that he makes doesn't get radio play. People don't realize that it exists unless you're already like a Gary Numan fan and you're searching for his stuff. I didn't know they exist until someone I met actually on Twitter told me that he had new stuff and that it was good. And I listened to it and it was phenomenal. I was like really kind of blown away by how good his new stuff is. Because there's like a musical conversation, right? Because Gary Numan influenced so many different industrial groups and late techno, like post-punk groups and stuff like that. And it's cool because instead of like being upset about that or bitter, he took inspiration from the bands that he inspired, right? So you can hear little bits of Nine Inch Nails coming through Gary Numan because you could hear little bits of Gary Numan coming through Nine Inch Nails, like that. And Orgy as well, right? I don't know if you remember Orgy. They did that cover of Blue Monday, which was a New Order cover, right? I'm a pretty big New Order fan too. I don't know why it took so long for that to come to me. But yeah, I remember I was so into that Orgy cover that I got the CD of New Order, and I think it was like a greatest hits or something. I think it was self-titled actually. It was the one that had the blue question mark on it. It was like a warped question mark. And it's funny because I didn't realize that it was a question mark until like I was an adult, because it was so warped. But yeah. So anyways, it was cool that you could see or hear all of these different influences in Gary Numan stuff, and it was all bands that he had influenced. So that was just really unique to see. And like I said, it was like a musical conversation like throughout the years. But not just like a conversation, but like a conversation of inspiration. And I think that's really unique. That's really something. Not something you hear about every day. A lot of times you get bands like Greta Van Fleet sounds just like Led Zeppelin, and they do a great job of sounding just like Led Zeppelin, but they're not like in the case of Nine Inch Nails didn't sound just like Gary Numan. In fact, only people who like were, you know, who knew Gary Numan pretty well as a musician would recognize the influence, because Nine Inch Nails has such a defined tone in their music, and it actually is hard to discern Nine Inch Nails inspirations because they're so underground and he's so defined. But there are clear inspirations there, and Gary Numan's one of them, for sure. And with Orgy, for example, it was also very defined, but like more like metal. And you know, Gary Newman wasn't very metal, but now he definitely is more. Not, I wouldn't say he's metal, but he's definitely more metal than he was, and definitely more industrial. Where before it was post pop, or post punk and new age. But it's all clearly, or it's all closely connected. Well, maybe not closely, but it's all connected. You know, you've got your early punk and your post punk sound kind of similar. You've got you know, bands like the Kinks, who were like touching on the what was it, new wave, but not really at all. They were more early punk, but more like rockish punk. And then you have like Devo, who the early stuff was definitely more rock punk, and then it was more post punk in the later stuff, and then it was new wave-ish post punk, and it was it's still fantastic. I love Devo. Devo is such a good band. Unfortunately, one of their members passed, and I think they broke up after that. I think they got back together around 2010, and then shortly after, one of their members died, and then they called it quits, I think. Oh, did I just do a Control B? I did. Cancel that. I want a Control V. But yeah, Devo had some great stuff. Their early stuff was good. Mongoloid, it was a Mongoloid. That was definitely more punk. And then, by the later stuff, it was almost like the Talking Heads. And the Talking Heads are great too. They didn't really go punk at all, but they definitely had that like post-punk vibe with the new age type stuff. Like it was like a mix of post-punk and new age, or new wave. I keep saying new age, new wave. New age is totally different. New age was like the X-Files theme song was considered new age. Tubular Bells was kind of new age, right? That was the Exorcist theme song. Of course, those are more dark new age. What if you took new wave and new age and made a new genre called wave age? Hey Cryptic, thanks for the lurk. Welcome in. Hope you're having a great day. I was playing Valheim earlier. Red was on. I was only playing for an hour or so. Made a teleport to a good spot for copper. Of course, the wolves are right there. The wolves. So I fell asleep the moment I got home. So RIP playing Valheim. Yeah, no worries, no worries. Hey, sometimes you gotta catch up on sleep. Sleep is important. It sounded like you had a rough time at work, so yeah, make sure you get that sleep. It's definitely gonna help. I feel like it helped me whenever I wasn't tired at work. But yeah, I made a portal to some copper, and then I surrounded the whole copper mine with spiked fences or whatever, whatever they call it, defensive walls, because the wolves, the wolves were just so fucking bad. I killed like fucking 4 wolves though. I'm too lazy to try to tame them at the moment. But I saw your tamed wolf hanging out in camp. I had to like remind myself not to try to kill it. That's a good wolf. But yeah, right next to where the wolves spawn, I found copper there and started digging, and then the wolves came out. It takes 30 minutes just to tame one. Well, I mean, the hard part is pulling them away from like where they are, and then you gotta like wait around, right? Because I don't think, like, you have to be like close enough where they don't despawn, right? Because they'll despawn if well, they won't despawn, right? But they'll become inactive, and then they'll reactivate when you get close enough, or at least that's what I think happens. But if you're too close, then they won't become tame. So like you have to be at this like safe distance where they don't see you, they don't hear you, and still not too far where they are no longer on the thing. I got a small setup that works perfectly. Oh, cool, yeah. What I did on my old save was dug a hole, and I would like trap them in there and then run out. Because you can, if you have enough stamina, you can, you know, spam the jump button to get out, but they can't. And then you just put a bunch of boar meat in there and wait for them to chill the fuck out. But yeah, wolf meat is pretty good. I don't know what kind of stews you can make with it, but I'm sure there's something. But yeah, most of my time today I actually spent farming, planting and pulling carrots and turnips. Trying to get all the stuff we need so we can have more soup. You have it set up so you can just jump across and they'll fall in. There you go. I haven't seen a recipe for it yet. Interesting. Maybe there isn't one. But either way, once you start spawning or like breeding them, that's a good way to get lots of meat. Because you can always breed the boar and then breed the wolves, and then the wolf meat's better than the boar meat. But yeah, the soup is pretty good too. So, and you need the boar meat to make the sausages. Sausages are good. Alright, I'm a mute tab now in Discord call with the group. Okay, yeah, no problem. Have fun playing. Or chilling or whatever you're doing. But yeah, Valheim's fun. We got a nice big boat over there. That's been fun. Killing sea serpents. That was fun. We got a little village going. People popping in and out. Fun times. Yeah, I'm almost at 300 hours on that game. Like 280 or something now. Oh, and I came up with my idea for the GB 2025 compo. GB compo 2025. I think I am gonna do front rooms normalities. I figured out how to do it using stuff that I already know how to do from Source Hack, and should be fairly easy to do. And I've got 3 months, so should have plenty of time. It'll be interesting because it's never been done before on the Game Boy, as far as I know. And yeah, my one concern is that, like, because there's gonna be like a lot of gore in it, I worry that it'll be too edgy or whatever. That's one of the rules, not to be too edgy. But honestly, the game Fetus Souls, like, I think it won. It got number 1 on the last one, and it was like gory. It was like full of gore, so I don't think that's a big issue. How did I miss these ones too? I missed a whole bunch. This is crazy. So yeah, I'll probably do that on stream, but I do want to continue work on Pyrotoad and get this update out. So, be doing a lot of Game Boy stuff in the future. I'm excited for when Pyrotoad gets its release. I think that'll be a lot of fun. I mean, we might need to make some changes and stuff like that, or updates, but generally I'm excited for it. And then Retro Spaceball can fill the void, since there will be a void considering how much time I've been spending on Pyrotoad. But I still have passion for Retro Spaceball, and it's in a state where it will be really easy to make new levels for it. The hardest part has been coming up with a logo design for the new title, but I may just use the same font. I've kind of grown attached to that font. That would mean that I have to reanimate it, because I animated that font. See how in the right, how it's trailer, like the trailing lights, what do we call that? The marquee style lights, right? The marquee around Retro Spaceball. Animated that myself. It took fucking ages. So I could take the B and the L and the A and the S and the T and the O and the R and the B. Hey, I don't even need to do it, because Blast Orb is spelled there. Blast Orb. I may have to... I kind of want them all to be capital, so I may have to, like, change the size or something. Because I did like a all caps or small caps with that, but I think maybe all caps would work better for Blast Orb. Oh, that's not right. Did I do all of these other ones already? I did. Okay. But yeah, I'm kind of impressed with all of the views I'm getting on my itch pages. Every single day I'm getting like close to 10 views, and that's super cool. Super impressed with everyone, not so much myself. I made those pages a long time ago. I'm impressed that people are coming around. Some people came from Brew Otaku, so that's really cool. That was the magazine that did a little thing on my game, or included my game in a little thing they did, and that's fantastic. A lot of people searching for horror and fishing. People searching for GB Studio RPGs, free fishing games, free horror games, just judging off the tags. And some people, I think like 10 people searched Google for it and found it, so that's pretty cool. Some people searched just Demon Fish, some people searched Demon Fish Dead Ahead. So I wonder if they didn't remember the full name, or if they were actually searching for Demon Fish and said, wait, there's a game called Demon Fish? The world will never know. I can't believe how many I missed with this whole fishing swap tile thing. It's like nearly half of this whole scene's things were missed. And it's crazy because it took like all night to do one, even though it was only half of it. I guess that makes sense since the other one took 2 days to do. That this one would take 2 days to do. It's Thursday. I don't think I'm gonna get the update out by Friday, unfortunately. But we can give Infinite that Pyrotoad update. I need to caffeinate some more here. But yeah, after we do all of these and find the bug on fight scene 3, then we gotta find 2 bugs on fight scene 4. And then we need to test the game. But honestly, after that, it might be ready. I just don't know if that's gonna take more time than we could do that by Friday. That seems like a lot. Because testing takes time. I hate to give him a build and have him get to the 2nd level naturally and then it break on him because I didn't test it enough with my developer cheat skills. Because I can just input values into the variables using the debugger. Skip around and whatnot. I know the cheat to give myself extra levels and whatnot. Oh, so it would only make one of them white if I put it at the end. I think that's what happened. So hopefully I didn't like scan too quickly looking for it to all be white. Because it would just be the last T would be white. Can't believe I've already been streaming for an hour. Time just flies so fast. There's so many of these. But yeah, I'm actually really excited to make more music, like outside of game music. Like I love making game music, don't get me wrong. But I do want to actually put out like an album I don't know if I'll actually release it, but I'll make it and, like, you know, put it on SoundCloud and Bandcamp or whatever. I don't know, maybe if it's good enough, I'll put it on Spotify or whatever. Do the whole DistroKid thing. I just like having the stuff, honestly. I like listening to my own music. I have some really good stuff that I made in the past that I really enjoy listening to. Partially it's because I make music for me, so it's like, of course I'll like it. I made it for me. I made it so I'd enjoy it. I feel like a lot of times when you make stuff, at least typically in today's society, there's like a lot of pressure for it to be liked by everyone, or to like maximize how many people like it, or to like fit with the mainstream kind of thing. And that's kind of disappointing to me. I mean, I've been making art long enough to know that, like, there's a lot more to it than the mainstream, you know, placating and catering to like the random passerbys. There's more to it, you know. There's a relationship with yourself that is deeper than you could ever have with anyone else, and that's hidden within the music or the art or whatever it is you're making, the games, and that's important. It's just as important, if not more important, than the stuff that transcends and reaches other people. It's just hard to quantify that or consider it a success or a failure, because it only affects the artist. I mean, in some situations it goes deeper than that, and other artists can recognize the self relationship, and it can inspire people. But I feel like there's just not enough of that. I feel like there's so much of this, I want to be like them so I can also make a bunch of money off of everyone kind of thing. Like, you know, I'm inspired to make music because they're so successful, I want to be successful. And that's kind of lame. Success is more than just like monetary gain, and it's easy to get lost in all of the hype that's out there today. But I guess it's getting a little bit easier to see through it too, because there's like a growing concern for being famous doesn't make you rich. Being famous and being a celebrity doesn't make you rich. And it used to be synonymous for a long time, right? If you were on the radio, getting radio play, then you were making the big bucks, you know? If everyone knew your band and everyone knew your songs, you were making the big bucks. You were a rock star. Nowadays, you could go viral and make nothing. You could be known by, you could become a household name and not make money off of it. You could be struggling to get by. I mean, it's not always like that. I mean, usually you can monetize it somehow, whether it's YouTube or something, but there are bands I listen to on Spotify that aren't making money off of Spotify. You know, there's a lot of bands actually that are on Spotify that aren't making money off of Spotify. It's really, really hard to make good money off Spotify. Even the big bands aren't making much money off of Spotify. It's kind of a messed up system that they got going on there. The biggest bands make their money off of selling concert tickets. And there's a growing concern of Ticketmaster ripping everyone off. Actually, I saw a video that was talking about this band that I don't even know. I've heard of before, but I don't know them, called the All American Rejects, and they're from like what, early 2000s or something like that. But they've been playing house parties recently, and I'm sure part of it's for publicity, but mostly I think it's out of a genuine distaste for Ticketmaster and the way that things have been going. I'm sure that they're gonna come into some trouble that way though, because house parties are dangerous, you know. You don't have all of your security there. You get too many people in one place, you're breaking laws and you don't realize it. There's fire code violations, there's gangs can get involved. I mean, anything could happen at a house party. I've been there, I've done that. Crazy shit was happening at my house parties, and I didn't have the All American Rejects there, is what I'm trying to say. We've all seen, well, we haven't all seen that movie, but there was that movie Project X, and it was actually a pretty decent film. But it highlights how terrible a party can get when there's no control. But it is interesting that this band is clearly big enough to play arenas, is deciding to play house parties. And I guess it was to the point where people were like messaging them and asking them to play their house party, and they were. I'm sure there's like a long list now, but like when it was first happening, they were responding to people and going to their house, like doing a tour of house parties, right? Which is pretty cool. I mean, I don't know anything about this band, I don't know anything about their music, but that's a pretty cool concept. It's just dangerous, super dangerous. I mean, you could die that way. You could literally, someone in the audience could die, someone in the band could die. A house could start on fire with a whole bunch of people in it, lots of people could die. Who fucking knows? Anything could happen. A fucking suicide bomber could show up. Anything could happen. It shouldn't have to be that risky. But hell, that shit could happen with Ticketmaster involved too. There's always gonna be a risk. You could hire the best security and still get shot in the ear. I still kind of think that was faked. But then again, who fucking knows? So one of the discords I'm in, one of the people in there got messaged about another scammer pretending to be a game dev with a trailer that looks like a legit trailer. It looks like they ripped it off from an actual game developer, or just, you know, paid someone to make a quick prototype for the trailer, and then had it linked to a YouTube that was it had like 44 subscribers, and the only content on there is unlisted with comments turned off. So those are pretty big red flags there. But if you search the studio name, they have a Steam DB. So that's not good. But yeah, luckily the person in that Discord recognized that it was a scam. And didn't get their shit hijacked. But I was reading a Reddit post where people were losing all of their Discord contacts. They were nuking the Discords and then ransoming for money to get the shit back. And stealing bank account too. Bank account. That ain't good. That's why that two-factor authentication is so important. But yeah, it sucks because it costs so much money to have your software code signed, and like only big companies can afford to do that, and I'm pretty sure it's a subscription thing. So yeah, that's unfortunate. Everything looks like malware if you don't know any better, or if you're paranoid. I've had someone tell me that they weren't going to play my game because it was unsigned, and I was just like, that's fair. Can't argue with that, you know. And honestly, I get enough feedback from people where I don't really, I'm not pushing my game on people, you know. I'm not saying, oh, you gotta play my game, I really need the feedback. No, I've got a whole lot of feedback. It's there for people who are interested now, because it's still free right now. If people are interested, they can play it. They can let me know what they think, and it's not going to be free forever, so it's a little bit of a deal, honestly. But, you know, everyone says like, oh, you shouldn't play free games. Guess what? You could pay for malware too. That's a thing. Probably not as often, but it could definitely happen, you know? I buy dollar games all the time. You could very easily, if you were a scammer, make a game that's a scam, sell it for $1. Make it look more legit by having it for $1, but $1 is like nothing for a game. That's all it takes to look legit. That's kind of scary. Because we got scammers on Steam putting games up on Steam, paying the $100 to get their game up there, and then putting the demo that's malware. And that's the thing now. Pretty fucked up. I need a stretcher. Okay, much better. But yeah, I'm like I was saying before, I'm excited to make a non-game album because I'll get to put my own vocals in it. I've got this placed all to myself. I don't have to worry about, you know, being conscientious about singing or what I'm singing or how it sounds. I'll be able to do harmonies with my own voice. I've always wanted to do that, and it's just like I feel so weird singing around other people, especially family, that I've always kind of been held back by that. Except for when I was living out in the woods by myself, and I did a whole lot of weird stuff out there, and had a lot of fun making music, you know. But I was also drinking a lot, and just didn't have all the inspiration, you know. It's like it feels like I've had all this time to think about what I would do if I had that opportunity again, and now I'm just like, you know, getting ready to do that still. But I should take advantage of the time that I've got and get on that. Of course, I'm doing a lot of this these days, which is good too. Gotta stay busy. But yeah, I really like singing, and I don't really do it nearly as often as I used to. I'm like way out of practice, so it would be cool to get back in practice and start making some interesting sounds with my voice. Yeah, because I'm definitely the type of singer that likes to treat my voice like an instrument rather than something that makes words. Not that there won't be words, but I really like just making noises too. I like making strange sounds, especially or like on any instrument really, but my voice as well. Like, but for like guitar, I've always been more interested in making the guitar sound strange than more interested in that than trying to sound, you know, impressive. I think a lot of people pick up the guitar to sound impressive. You know, they want to be that impressive guitarist that knows all the scales and can do it really fast, sweep arpeggios and widdly widdly solos, play your favorite songs, and I've just never been that. I've always been a fan of guitarists like Buckethead, who he's definitely a virtuoso, but he is a strange virtuoso. And yeah, he does know his speed picking, sweep arpeggios and all that cool stuff, but he also knows how to sound unique and get strange sounds out of the instrument. He does it all. And I don't want to do it all. I'm not trying to be Buckethead. I just like what I like. I'm not trying to be the best. Guitar is not my only love. Okay, so that's done. Now we get back to checking everything right? Or are these not done either? Oh, these aren't done either. Jeez. There's so much to be done. I don't know how I missed all of this. These are all Gen 1 still. I do want to make some new music for this game too. Like, I want to make 4 different songs for fights. And, actually, what? So there's already 1, so I need to make 3 different fights, and then a 4th one for the boss. So I need to make 4 different pieces of music for the fights, and then a new piece of music for the overworld, for the second overworld. And I think that should do it. Also, there's like a lot of code and stuff I need to do for the fish box. I didn't think about that because there's more fish for the fish box. So I listened to the rest of that Stabbing Westward album, and yeah, the whole album is not good. Just that first song was good. And it's funny, because I remember yesterday I said that I felt like they were talking about chasing ghosts in the literal sense. They're not. They're talking about chasing ghosts in the metaphorical sense of being ghosted. The song that I like, it's called I Am Nothing, and it's literally about getting ghosted, and that is hilarious to me. But it's also a good song. I mean, it's not like terribly great or anything. It's not like, oh, you gotta run out and listen to this song. It's just like, it's another Stabbing Westward song that's actually pretty decent. But yeah, the rest of the album, it follows this like pattern that sucks. It's very much like predictable, very predictable, and a lot of like regurgitated stuff from their earlier works. The guitar and the keyboard are still good, but the vocals come in and ruin it, which is terrible because he's such a good vocalist. But his lyrics are kind of whiny, and they've only gotten more whiny, and like it's very much the same of what it was, but just like worse, right? Like a worse version of what they were back in the day. I don't like that. I'm sure they didn't mean for it to be that way, but they should have just put out that single. But also, the fact that that song is about being ghosted, like, kind of cracks me up. Because it's a very serious song, but it's definitely about being ghosted. I don't know. Hey, thanks for checking in, Teacher Eduardo. How you doing? Welcome in. We're doing a lot of the same stuff we've been doing for forever now.
It is time.
It is time. I'm gonna have to come up with a sound effect for Pyrotoad. It's Pyrotoad time! Awesome. Hello there, buddy. Yeah, welcome in. Yeah, I'm not sure if we're gonna get to Pyrotoad tonight. There's so much that needs to be done for Demon Fish Dead Ahead. How have you been? I've been good. I've been good. Got some sleep in. Had some food. I came up with a new game idea for this game jam that I'm probably gonna participate in. So that's cool. Pretty excited for that. But yeah, I got a whole lot of stuff to do first between this game and the other game. And it's funny because Source Hack and Retro Spaceball are kind of sitting there saying like, when will I get some attention? Well, we've got ad starting, so I'm going to snooze that. Lovely for sure. You better localize it, huh? Yeah, I don't know, man. Localizing Game Boy games is tough. It's like one of those things. Like I said before, you want the game to be like finished before you start localizing it with Game Boy, and that, yeah. I'm probably going to try my best to minimize any text, just because that's kind of the way that I work. But I was thinking about Pyrotoad, and I'm not sure that I'll be able to minimize the text for Pyrotoad. But yeah, I don't know how that would work, localizing a Game Boy game like for Steam, right? Because, I mean, I guess there's a way you could do it within the executable so it launches different ROMs based on the language you choose. But that would be a struggle for me to learn, because I don't even know how to wrap the ROM in an emulator, or with the emulator in an executable. That's something that I'll have to learn. So switching between the ROMs, there's probably not a tutorial for that. Also, I finished my site. Would you like to see? Yeah, sure. Post a link. Give me a little break from what I've been doing. Sadly, I don't know anyone else using GBA emulators, so yeah, this is actually not GBA, this is just regular Game Boy. But yeah. It's more than just using an emulator. Oh, that's not the right thing. It's more than just using an emulator, it's taking a ROM and an emulator and wrapping them into an executable. So it's a little bit different to get a Game Boy game on Steam. I keep clicking the wrong thing. Gotta get Twitch open here. Alright. I like the little Space Invader guy. Oh, I gotta mute myself. Cool, so now you've got games localized. Oh yeah, that looks much better. Very cool. How do you make it go away? Ah, there we go. Escape, I think. Yeah, I don't know about escape. Oh yeah, that worked too. But yeah, I was thinking this button would zoom in, so I was reluctant to press it, but I guess this button zooms in. This button closes. Close escape. Yeah, that's a weird... Usually you would think it would be an X. but obviously that's not your choice, so yeah. Notion being Notion, yeah, yeah. Or F5 it, there you go. Garbanzo Quest. Space Survivors. That's cool that you got so many things you're working on. And then the Who Am I section is new too. Cool. Well, that's very exciting. Thanks for sharing that. Yes, that's right. It adds up some charm. Absolutely. You've done a great job there. It looks very professional. And the catalog of projects that you've worked on really helps sell it. People can look at that and they can tell right away that you're legit, you know, that you are who you say you are, and that you've got a proven track record, not a proven prac record. That would be weird. Of course, again, I appreciate your help. Yeah, I'm glad I was able to help. I love helping people, so that makes me feel good that it was helpful. You'll have to let Seagoat know also, because I know that they were instrumental as well. And then, was Notion free, or is that like a paid thing? Because that's not one that I've heard of before. But it looked, you know, pretty good. So. Freemium, interesting. So there's like a free version and then like upgrades. So like if you wanted to do video or something like that, you probably have to pay for it, I imagine. But the free features suffice my needs nicely. Cool, cool. That's good to hear. I might have to take a look. I'm kind of sick of paying so much for my website every year. It's like over $100 every year between the URL and the hosting. Did you drink some water as well? I did. I can forward the video I got it from, but it's Portuguese. The video you got what from? I'm confused. So I'm being featured in a French blog. How cool is that? With like an interview and everything. Oh, to set up your Notion page. Oh, don't worry about that. I'm sure I'd be able to figure it out. I've set up web pages before. I appreciate the thought, but yeah, I should be fine on that front. Hell yeah, French. Yeah, I don't know anything about French, but this this dev was really, or this blogger, this journalist was like really adamant about getting me on his page, and had a bunch of questions for me. So he interviewed me, and then he translated it all, and then he wanted me to do a video, so I made a video, and then he translated that with subtitles, and so all that's gonna go on his website, and it's gonna be a pretty big piece. It's really cool. I feel honored to be a part of that. It's taken months to finish, actually, which is interesting. But you know, a lot of times when people like, when people are like, oh, I want to feature you for my thing, like it'll just be like super short and you know, quick and easy. But this was not that it wasn't easy for me, it was fairly easy for me, but he put a lot of effort into it, and that's really cool. Peer pressure be like you deserve this recognition. Yeah, I didn't really feel like it was like peer pressure at all, but yeah, I feel like they were very impressed with a title that I made that not a lot of people are interested in, and I think that's really cool. Because they were really into Source Hack. That's how they found me, through Source Hack, which is crazy to me. Most people find me through Retro Spaceball, and then they find my other stuff. But yeah, they found me through Source Hack, and I was just like, cool. But they do mostly retro stuff, so it was a little bit of a exception for me to have some games that aren't retro. Because a lot of people who do like homebrew stuff, they only do homebrew. But I don't only do homebrew, I do Unity games as well. I've been mostly doing only homebrew for the last 9 months or so. But I kind of can't wait to get back into Unity at this point. Doing all of this clicking and stuff is kind of a pain. I miss being able to just write a whole bunch of code. That's understandable. Yeah. But yeah, I'm pretty excited for it. It'll be cool to share it around, even though it's like a French website. And you know what's interesting is that the publisher that Johnny was working with, that we were trying to get Pyratoad under, is a French publisher. And also my game BitDropper did really well with the French music scene. Actually, that they got more, I got more downloads from them than other people, and there was like a little buzz around it, which is really cool. What's your next project in mind? So the next project for this game jam is probably going to be a short project, and I'm probably not even going to like have like a fully finished version. I'm just going to have like a game jam version, but it's called Front Rooms Normalities, and it's a spin on the Backrooms games and the Anomaly games. So it's going to be Front Rooms Normalities instead of Backrooms Anomalies. Front Rooms Normalities. So it's going to be a series of like foyers, right? Like front rooms. Like there's going to be like a screened-in porch and like a couple different like foyers, and you're going to go through, and everything's going to be anomalies, except there's going to be one normality, or possibly one normality in these, and you have to go through like 10 times and make sure that you find the normalities. And at the end of each one, you're going to have to decide, was there a normality or was there not a normality? And if you found the normality, then you hit yes. If you didn't find the normality, you hit no. And if you mess up, then it starts you over again, right? So, sounds interesting. When will the next game jam be? That is starting the 31st, I think. How many days are in this one? Yeah, the 31st it starts. But it's a 3-month jam, so I'll have like some time. I don't need to like do it right away or anything like that. I won't be crunching or anything. I'm not gonna do it every single day. I'm gonna take my time. It's gonna be a point and click style game, and a little bit of like a 3-dimensional maze, but not a maze, right? So like kind of like wizardry or something like that, but no maze. you're just looking at each screen to see if there's something normal. Everything else is going to be abnormal, but sometimes things are going to be normal. So I'll probably use tile swapping and possibly some actors to represent things that are normal or abnormal. Are there any shorter jams? Oh yeah, of course there are always shorter jams. There's like a million jams. Like there's game jams all over the place for all types of different hardware, different types of software, different lengths, different themes. Like if you go to itch.io and look up game jams, there's like a crap ton of them, like way more than you would ever think. Yeah, so if you go to itch and you hit this jams button, these are all the upcoming jams. This is like a jam calendar, right? So these are the ones that are in progress right now, right? So today is, this is the middle line is today, right? So right now there's a jump and platformer game jam. Then there's N64 jam is just ending, which is super cool. I didn't know about that actually. I kind of want to play some of those games. I'm a huge fan of N64 dev. I'd love to get into it, but that's like a little bit hard. So this is the one that I'm talking about, the Game Boy Competition 2025. And then my friend Puke7, who's a viewer in the stream and also a streamer, he's doing this SNES dev jam, he says. But yeah, it looks like a whole lot of them are just ending. So like this one is like super short, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 days. This one's even shorter, 1, 2, 3, 4 days. Yeah. This one's only like 3 days. But some of them are much longer. The Pirate Software Game Jam, that's one of the biggest ones. Look how many people are already joined in it, and it's like 3 months away. But yeah, I haven't actually technically joined this one yet. So I should. I've joined it. Yeah. Do you think it'd be better to reach out to 1 week or 1 month long jams? Reach out in terms of what? Like to try to get them to localize it. A lot of times people won't really be interested to localize game jams because of the nature of the game jam. A lot of times there's like barely enough time to get anything in there. So what I would do is do it afterwards. I would find successful games or games that did well during the game jam, like during the voting and stuff, and then ask them, because they'll be like, first of all, they'll be impressed that you played their game. Second of all, they'll have free time again because they'll have already finished the game jam. And then third of all, if it's successful, then they want it to be more successful and get it into more players' hands. And so localizing it would be in their best interest at that point. But if you ask them during the jam, they don't know if it's going to be successful. They don't know if they'll have time to implement any of those changes. And they're thinking that they already have this, that, and the other thing that they got to cut that they would like to have because they don't have enough time. That's the way game jams work. So like the longer jams you would have, if you were to ask them during the jam, you would definitely have a better chance with the longer jam, and asking them at the start of the jam like, hey, is localization something you'd be interested in? But like I said, a lot of people in the jam might not be interested because some of these projects, like I said, are really small. A lot of them don't even get finished, and most of them, when they do get finished, aren't something that take off, or they aren't something that a lot of people play. So yeah, I do think that the best solution for localization and for finding people that would like their thing localized is to ask them after the jam, because then you'll have, all of the text will be in place, all the knowledge about what software they're doing it in, because like I said, Game Boy isn't really conducive to translations because you literally need to make a second ROM. It's like a second copy of the game. And then you on itch, it's pretty easy because you can just be like, hey, you bought the game, or you're downloading the game, you have the choice of these different ROMs. You can have the English one, you could have the Brazilian Portuguese one, or whatever other languages you could localize to. And people would say, oh well, I don't need the English one, I need the Brazilian Portuguese one, and just download that one. But that's from itch. From Steam, you get an executable, and then from that executable, usually game engines like Unity or Unreal will have enough like structure within the engine to allow you to swap out the text files for other text files. So like all the strings will get replaced with strings of the different language, and you could make a UI to switch between them like in typical games. But yeah, with Game Boy games, that's not really an option. I mean, it might be possible if you're like a wizard and you have all the extra VRAM, but a lot of times people don't have the extra VRAM and they're not good enough to do that. I know I'm not good enough to do that. And then you have to think about the fact that the spacing is going to be different. So with Game Boy, a lot of the times I'm struggling to get the words to fit in English, and then having to choose a different language, I would have to make more space, and it probably wouldn't fit, and all the spacing would be different. So it'd be, yeah, wizardry. Yeah, exactly. Do people get prizes for jams? Sometimes, yeah. That's pretty common actually. They'll have sponsors. Like this one says $300 in prizes. The Game Boy one, I think it's like $5,000 worth of prizes. It depends on the sponsors. And then most of them don't, I would say, because there's so many. Most of them don't have prizes, but the bigger jams typically have prizes. So why don't you code in another language and make it look like GB? Well, that's not as fun, and then you can't play it on a Game Boy. Also, this Game Boy competition is just for Game Boy games. You can't do that for this. It's against the rules in this competition. Because yeah, all of these will have rules, and like this one is just SNES development. You can't just make it look like SNES and give it to them. You'll be disqualified. I mean, if that's what you want to do, you could make that game, but it won't work for the jam. So you wouldn't be able to get any of the prizes, or the people wouldn't vote on it or whatever. It would be disqualified for that. But there are a lot of people that do that kind of thing. In fact, last year there was a jam. Actually, for the one that I did this game for, it was a Game Boy jam that was just like loosely, it just had to look like a Game Boy. The screen resolution had to be the same as a Game Boy, and you had to use 4 colors, and those were the only like restraints. But I prefer using GB Studio, and I've been learning this and making Game Boy games, so yeah. But you could make a game that looks like Game Boy in Unity or Unreal or whatever, Game Maker or Godot. It's just that you can't play it on a Game Boy then. You can only play Game Boy games on a Game Boy. And there's all these limitations and stuff. that Unity doesn't have, or Unreal or Godot doesn't have. And with this engine, you're forced to use those limitations. So like the music, for example, if we go to the music editor, the music, for example, is only 4 channels, and this third channel is what the sound effects are on. So if you plan on having sound effects in your game, then they'll overlap this channel. So if a sound effect comes on, it'll cut out the music channel until the next part of the music channel comes on. And so what I do is I actually leave this one blank, so that technically I'm only using 3 channels for the music in my games, unless it's like a menu or something like that. But even for menus, I usually have UI sounds, so I usually leave it blank unless I know that there's not going to be any UI. But yeah, the duty channels, you know, they have these built-in instruments, which are nice, and then you can adjust them only the way that Game Boy can handle the adjustments. So that actually makes this engine really useful to me, because otherwise you need to know all of the limitations of the sound engine of the Game Boy, which is, it's a lot to remember, you know. Like these 75%, 50%, 25%, and 12.5% duties, those are the only options the Game Boy has, because they're pre-coded into the RAM of the Game Boy, right? Into the Game Boy itself. That's what it has. Or I guess it would be ROM, right? So there's memory on the Game Boy, and then there's memory in the cartridge. But the memory in the Game Boy allows it to do the sound. It's called the audio processing unit, I think, the APU. But yeah, there's a lot to learn with this stuff. It's a challenge, and it's fun, and it's kind of what I've been into lately. I mean, I do like doing the Unity stuff, but if I'm gonna do Unity stuff, then I'm not gonna make it look like a Game Boy game, because I could do that on a Game Boy. How do game jams verify the game was made under their time instead of a project being coded for years? A lot of the times they just, you know, they want you to be honest, and they just assume that you're honest. And if you know, if they find out that you're cheating like that, then you can get disqualified. And obviously, if you're like about to win the whole game jam, they're gonna like start looking for that type of stuff. You know, they'll go on your Twitter page, and you know, if you're doing live streams like that, they can look on your VODs or whatever and see how long you've been working on stuff, right? A token of honesty, basically. Well, yeah, I mean, I think there's a little bit more to it than that. Like, I think that if you're about to win, then they start to look at it more closely, right? But if you're just a regular if you're just submitting something, they'll just assume that you're being honest. But yeah, like with the competition that I'm thinking of starting, they take 15 and they start looking at those to find the best. So everyone else, there's like over 1,000 entries. Everyone else doesn't even get judged. So yeah. Sweet, that's good to know. Yeah, I mean, each jam is going to do it differently, but generally speaking, they're not going to, like, you know, they're not going to use DNS spy and like figure out all the, you know, the code behind it. They're not going to data mine or anything like that. But yeah. But yeah, generally speaking, people don't cheat like that. Also, I have dinner now. Gotta make some rice as well. Thanks for your company and time. Absolutely. Thanks for hanging out. I appreciate you being here. And good luck with everything. And enjoy your dinner. Don't overcook the rice. Or undercook, right? Because that would suck too. Well, take care, Eduardo.
You're just tired. Playtime is over.
Indeed. Take care of yourself too. Thank you. I appreciate that. But yeah, Eduardo brought up an interesting point about cheating. One of the very first game jam I did, it was Ludum Dare 39, so this was back in 2017. The winner of that one had clearly cheated, and no one questioned it. But there was no prize on that one either, and the way that he cheated was by kind of gaming the system they had set up. I mean, perhaps he worked on the game in advance, but the game sucked, and that's why you could tell that he was cheating. Because what he did, or at least what I think he did, was he had either made, zombie accounts, or sock puppet accounts, or had people that he knew that would vote for him. So he only got the bare minimum number of votes, except for one other. He got one over the bare minimum, and all of his votes were all 5 stars, except for the one that was over the bare minimum. That one was like a normal vote. So his percentages got pushed way up because he didn't have that many votes, but they were all very high star ratings. Me, on the other hand, I got hundreds of votes, but they were all all over the place. Some people were saying, oh, the humor was 5 stars. Other people were like jealous, so they would give me less stars, or their whole thing was to go around giving people no stars so that way they could look better. And you get that with game jams, and that's just kind of the thing. So I think this person had done it before and knew how to game the system, and that's what they did, and they won the game jam that way. But they had a shitty game and they didn't get any feedback, and the real winner was the people who got to make something. So that game, it still gets played. The game that I made still gets played because we got feedback on it. We made it better. I was just looking at itch the other day, and let's take a look. The game still gets played. It was just played yesterday. Today. It was just played 3 times today. It was played once on the 18th and again on the 15th. That game is still getting played. 5 people viewed it yesterday and 3 people played it. So yeah, it's interesting. People found it on Google. People searched it on Google. People found it from my website. People searched it in Russia. And games like Sand Shifter. There it is, look at that. So, I don't know what Sand Shifter is, but apparently my game comes up when it's like that. And it's only got 2 reviews and that star rating because the ratings and comments from the Game Jam were separate. But yeah, it's still a thing. And you can see the results of the thing. Light Switch Crusader, you play as a man distraught with contempt for people who waste electricity. So what do you do in this moody stealth comedy? You help people out the only way you know how, one light at a time. So you go around turning off lights. And we got 389th total. And I don't know how many there were. I think it said on this page. Maybe not. I thought it did. But anyways, we got over 100 ratings. We got over 100 people to play the game and rate it. See, karma from feedback given, we got 152 karmas. So that means we as a team played 152 games and gave 136.5 ratings and received 102 ratings. So it looks like 3 people didn't rate us back for every time we rated someone. I think that's what that is. Not really sure. Not really sure what those are. But yeah, we got 60th in humor out of over, I think it was like 1,200 people or something. And then you can see all the comments here that we got. And then this is me responding to those comments. And yeah. People put them in videos. People played it and put it in their videos. I think the first person that I followed on Twitch, I followed them because they played my my game. Just Wall, let's go, let's go, let's go. You are always here. I'm always here, and as are you. Well, you're not always here, but you're here right now, and that's what's important. Welcome in, Just Wall. How you doing today? Hope you're doing well. I was just talking about game jams with Eduardo before he left for dinner. I show up from time to time. Well, I appreciate that. I appreciate you dropping in, showing your support. I shared your post today. The Hunter's Path post. QA testing over here. QA testing for fun or QA testing for work? Or work for work or work for fun? Work for game dev. There you go. That's what I meant. Well, that's good. I'm still doing the same thing that I've been doing for like 4 days now. I found a whole bunch of things that I missed. So we're rectifying that. Variables hype, there you go. Woot woot, variables. You can do it. Yes, I can. One at a time. That's the only way. One foot before the other. And after we finish swapping all these variables, we can continue debugging, because there's like 3 bugs. There's like 3 bad copy pastes where 2 of them got extra T's because I didn't select the whole thing before I pasted it, and another one didn't get swapped. I changed the reference but didn't swap it. So I don't know which one it is, but gonna have to dig through thousands of these to figure it out. And that's, you know, sometimes that's just the way she goes, right? But I'm thinking about doing this game jam coming up. This GB Compo 25. Renumbering variables is always fun. Move speed 1, move speed 2. There you go. You know what's up. But yeah, I've got an idea for this game jam. I'm gonna do front rooms normalities. GB Compo 2025, yeah. Front rooms normalities. That's the game I'm gonna make. You ever heard of those backrooms games? Right? And then also, you ever heard of those anomaly games? Right? Those are like 2 different genres of horror games. Play on backroom. Yeah, so front rooms normalities. It's a play on backrooms and a play on anomaly games. Right? Gonna mash up. Yeah, no, it's gonna be front rooms, and instead of anomalies, we're gonna be looking for normalities. So the whole thing will be anomalies, and there might be one normality that we have to find. And if you find the normality, then you say so, and then you go to the next one. That's perfect. Yeah, exactly. It started as a joke in the Indie Maniac stream. He plays so many backrooms games and so many anomaly games that I was like, I'm gonna make front rooms normalities, and everyone's like, wait, that's awesome, that's a good idea. And I was like, I just need funding. And then everyone shut up. So I'm gonna do it without the funding. It'll be a demake. It'll be on Game Boy. Be a demake of a game that doesn't exist. That's what Source Hack is, actually. Source Hack is a demake of Cyber Source Hack. Money, what? Exactly. What even is money? You guys get paid? But I think it's quirky enough that people will get a kick out of it. And I think the backroom games are popular enough where people like recognize the joke. And then the anomaly games aren't really that popular, at least for Game Boy. So I think that will be like kind of cool, because it'll be like something new, a genre that hasn't been attempted on the Game Boy yet. And I think that it's something that I can do. But what's even funnier about it, what's even more funny, is that I have not played an anomaly game or a backrooms game. But I've watched the Indie Maniac play them so much that I kind of know. I get paid from game dev all the time. about 0.1 an hour, or 1 cent an hour. Shit, man, I make more than that. I get about $1 a day from game dev. Wait, that's not right. That's wrong. But hey, $1 a day, I'll take it. I'll take it. Or maybe it's $2 a day. I guess it depends on the month. There's no complaints over here. Exactly, but you made games. Hey, that's cool. That's cool. One day I'll start selling them. We got an ad break coming in, but you're subbed, so you don't have to worry about that. Yeah, I've never played either of those genres. Yeah, me neither. They honestly don't look that interesting to me. But other people play them. And I think it's funny to I mean, the whole anomaly games is an interesting genre for sure. Like, I'm not interested enough to like go gung-ho and make like a whole, because a lot of those are made in Unreal, you know, and they look realistic and have the PBR materials and stuff like that. My kids just watch YouTubers play them. Exactly, it's a big content creator thing. So maybe some content creators like the Indie Maniac will want to play my Game Boy Anomalies non-anomaly game, my normality game. Jacksepticeye, Markiplier, yeah, exactly. So the Indie Maniac is a big fan of Markiplier. So I think that's where a lot of that comes from. I think Markiplier was his major influence to become an influencer. But it's funny, you know, we live in a society today where like the actors of the future are learning from those people, you know what I mean? I feel like I know the Indie Maniac. You probably have seen him around. He's got a big Twitter account. He posts a lot of those like Wishlist Wednesday, Screenshot Saturday threads. He's been doing that for a long time. He hangs out in Call Me Kixie's chat a lot. He's a fellow mod. We both mod her chat. He's on Twitch on like Thursdays and Sundays and Saturday nights. And sometimes Tuesday, maybe Wednesday. I don't really know his schedule. But we can shout the Indie Maniac out. He comes in here often enough. I'm a VIP on his channel. I actually paid to become a VIP. Not in real money, but in, you know, the fake monies. I don't know how to spell his name. I should. I think it's just the Indie Maniac, but there might be like underscores that I'm not aware of. Oh, I'm typing in the wrong thing. Okay, so it's camel case, one word. The Indie Maniac. I follow him and know him. Yep, have posted to him before. You should give him a follow and drop in his stream sometime. He'd be happy to see you, I'm sure. And tell him you know me and that you've got a cool game that he might want to play. And he might play it. He mostly plays horror games, but he plays other indie games too. I don't know if he ever plays survival games. But yeah, he might be interested, you never know. Can't hurt to try. Alright, we got that one. This one. Yeah, I will. I don't think he tried Terrain. Can't remember. Yeah, I'm not sure either. Like, he plays a lot of different games, so he definitely, isn't always just horror, but he mostly does horror stuff. He also does a lot of those like getting over it style games, and I don't know, a lot of like not super popular indies, but like medium popular indies, if that makes sense. He's kind of he's a little bit of a variety streamer, but mostly indie horror games. But yeah, it can't hurt to try. And he's fun to chat with and hang out with. There are just a lot of decent indie horror games for free on itch or cheap. I think that's some of it, and I think the other part is that he's so inspired by Markiplier, who's like big on that kind of stuff. But yeah, I think you're right that there's a few things going on there. Indie horror is popular among content creators because they get to act, right? They get to act like they're really scared, and I think kids enjoy that, and I think there's a little bit of reverberation there. I think kids enjoy watching adults get scared, and I think adults enjoy acting like they're scared. So I think that's a thing. But also I think that devs like making indie horror games, and then there's also the idea of indie horror games are kind of popular, so it makes devs want to do it more. It's kind of a weird thing. There's a lot of people making them. Yeah, that's exactly part of it. But I think it feeds into itself. I really think there's like an ecosystem there. Nun Massacre was big. Same with Granny. I don't know those ones, but I don't doubt you. There's lots of games that get pretty big that I don't know about. I try my best to keep track of games, but horror isn't really my genre, to be honest. I get kind of sucked into it because it's so big, and it's funny because when I was young, I thought that I would be doing horror games. Hello Neighbor was played a lot in my house. Oh, really? That's funny. I remember there was a bit of controversy around Hello Neighbor, like the very first installment was like really popular and did really well, and like content creators played it and a lot of people really liked it, and then each installment got progressively worse and became more like a cash grab and wanted more from people in return for worse gameplay, from what I understand. I didn't play any of them though. I only know from the videos my kids watch, almost a meme now. Interesting. Yeah. But I remember there was a lot of like disgruntled content creators that were like, oh, I get to play the new installment of Hello Neighbor, and it's just like not what they expected, or not anywhere close to being what they wanted. But that happens a lot. You remember there's a game called The Baby in Yellow that I actually make mods for quite frequently, and I make them because someone pays me to make them, but they pay me to make them because the content still gets watched because people still like it. But it's weird because Baby in Yellow devs, it started as a game jam, and the game jam did so well that they made a plushie and sold the plushie, and the plushie kind of kept the studio going, and then they finally made like the full version of the game, and it sucked. The IP took a shit. Yeah, that kind of happened to Baby in Yellow. It's kind of weird, but that's definitely what it seemed like for Hello Neighbor, as well as Garden of Banban. And well, no, I guess Garden of Banban kind of got better, I guess. The first one, everyone thought it was shit, and then it got better, I guess. I don't know. I don't really play these games. I just know about it because of the industry and all of that. And then, but there was another one that got worse. Oh, Poppy's Playtime. That everyone loved it at first. And yeah, Poppy Playtime, everyone loved that one, and then each installment got worse, and they were just selling plushies and stuff basically. But yeah, that was the way of Baby in Yellow. I felt like was after they started selling the plushies, they just got progressively worse, and it was more about making money than it was making a good game, which is sad because I think when the Game Jam version of it came out, they actually made something that was kind of interesting. People liked it, and they just kind of ran with it to try to make as much money as they could off of it. I don't know that one either. Poppy Playtime. So those were popular a couple years ago. So yeah, it's not like it wouldn't be fresh in your memory. Seems today if you make an adorable life sim that is solid, you can do well. Well, shit, a life sim, man, that's fucking hard, right? And then also the adorable thing. That's not easy either. You gotta be good at that, and it's gotta have something, you know. It's gotta have a hook, and it's gotta be unique. You know, there's a lot to making a popular game these days. I don't think there's a recipe like that. I think it seems like there is. I think it always seems like there's a recipe, but by the time you actually finish the game, you'll realize that there's a lot more to it than what the perceived recipe is. And maybe only people who are making the games even realize it. The people who are buying it may not, but you consider even Stardew a life sim. Well, yeah, but think about how long it took for them to make Stardew, or for that person to make Stardew, and how many of those there are now. So like, even if Stardew came out today, it wouldn't work, right? Because the only reason why it worked was because there was nothing like it at the time, and that way they could actually afford to build up the team and build up the game, and make it online and get it on Switch and all that stuff, and that helped it to grow even further. But now what you have is there's like a million different variations of that, and they're all indie small team stuff, and they do what they can, and some of them make it big, but it's happening less and less because people are getting bored with that. I just noticed all the cute stuff gets a lot of attention. Yeah, so there's the whole cozy games are trending. They have been for 4 or 5 years now. And it's an inclusivity thing. Games were edgy and gritty and like, you know, dirty and what's the word? You know, they were manly for a long time, and now games don't have to be manly. And now men don't have to be manly, and you can be a guy that plays cozy games and not have to worry about your masculinity being threatened, and that's a good thing. I think that's good. However, now you have a lot of people playing cozy games, and there's a lot of indie content creators that only play cozy games. There's a lot of people that think that indie games need to be cozy. You know, there's a lot of preconceived notions that come along with that stuff. It's like remember when indie games first started getting called indie games? This one dev I interviewed on my podcast said that he made an Indiana Jones spin-off game because he thought that indie games had to be related to Indiana Jones. That's what his thinking was. He thought that because it was an indie game, it had to have some type of Indiana Jones joke. And that's hilarious to me, but it worked for him. He made a game called Indiana Stoned and the Brave and the Bolder is what it was called. Indiana Stone, the Brave and the Bolder. And you play as the boulder that chases Indiana Jones out of the temple in Raiders. And so the story behind that is that he was just a scrappy indie dev making mobile games, and someone who worked for Cartoon Network Adult Swim Games was on their way to GDC, and he was going to GDC that year too, and he had posted about it on Twitter saying, with the hashtag GDC. Well, the game, or the producer or whatever from Adult Swim was looking up hashtags for GDC while he was on the plane, and downloaded it and played it while he was on the plane on his way to GDC, and that's how he ended up working for Adult Swim. He got to make the Adventure Time Time Tangle game for Adult Swim, and everyone thought that was the best Adventure Time game that came out ever. Unfortunately, it's not available anymore because the whole updating iOS games and all that stuff. But yeah, such a trip. Yeah, so that propelled his career. He eventually did another project for Cartoon Network Games. He did Journeys VR, which is still available on Steam. Actually, it's free, and he was with a team on it, so it wasn't like his own project. But he got to design one of the games on it. It's like a multi-game thing, but that's super cool. And now he works for Alchemy. Do you know Alchemy Labs? They made Job Simulator. That was their claim to fame. So he went from just making mobile games that he thought was funny, and then he made a 3DS game that didn't do well, and then he ended up going to Cartoon Network, and after Cartoon Network and the VR thing, he or between Journeys and Time Tangle, he was actually trying to make an interesting tube shooter that was it wasn't even a tube shooter, it was like a cylindrical shooter, right? Where you play on the outside of a cylinder, and it was about like abducting cows with a UFO, and yeah, I know them, trippy story, yeah, and yeah, this was what the hell is his name? Shit, I should know this. Twinsky, Tim Winsky, Twin Sky Games. Yeah, Tim Winsky from Twin Sky Games. He he's in Alchemy now, and last I heard he's happy there, so that's super cool. They're like one of the best indie studios to work for, from what I understand. Everyone that I talk to that ends up working there fucking loves it. So yeah. But it's cool, like, it's like I always say, luck is where preparation meets opportunity. You know what I mean? You just have to be prepared to run with the opportunity when it happens, And then lightning can strike over and over again. Lightning strikes the tallest tree, right? Well, not necessarily, but you know what I mean. Lightning finds the easiest path for it to travel. Yeah, very true. Or you can continuously fall on your face too. You can. I mean, that's what passion is, though, right? That's what passion and drive is the ability to pick yourself up, regardless of the outcome. It's not about the end, it's about the journey. You learn to enjoy falling on your face, right? Because that's how you get better. Yeah, absolutely. And honestly, that's why a lot of the game devs, the quote game devs that come into the industry thinking they're gonna make it rich, a lot of them don't last, because let's face it, you're trying to get rich, find an industry that you can get rich in easily, because that is not games. Sure, you could get rich in games, but it's not very likely. It's extremely unlikely. It's more likely that you'll fall on your face over and over again and never succeed in the eyes of others. But reality isn't the eyes of others. Reality is how you feel about your own presence and your own existence. And for me, I feel success already. I was talking about this game I made for Ludum Dare 39 back in 2017. It still gets plays. It was played like 3 or 4 times this month. And that's crazy to me, but it still gets plays. It's not an amazing game. It was a game jam game, but it was good enough that it still gets played almost 10 years later. Hard if you were relying on others. I was signed in a new metal band in the 2000s. It was multiple people having to work together, very challenging. Oh my god, I know exactly what you're talking about. Teamwork is tough. It's like those school projects, right? Remember back in the day in like high school or college where you have to do a team project, and it's like there's always one person that's slacking and relies on everyone else to finish it, and then there's always one person that's like the mom of the group that has to like make sure everyone's doing it, calling people that aren't answering. We failed because of a couple people failed. Yeah, no, it's hard. Everyone has to pull their own weight, and when that doesn't happen, it's bound to fail, because for a little bit someone can pull the weight of the others, but that won't last. You know what I mean? That's too much stress to put on a person. We're only human. And it's a toxic thing, right? No one deserves that. But you know as well as anyone else that when you find that perfect match, the perfect cooperation, that can be magical. People taking on more got burned out. Yeah, exactly. The people who are doing the work don't want to do it forever, and you can't blame them. But the beauty behind that is those people who are capable of taking on all the tasks and wearing all the hats, they're able to do it by themselves eventually. And that's what happened to me with music, is that I eventually learned all of the skills to be the whole band. And yeah, I don't play shows, but I can compose entire pieces of music without relying on anyone else. I could play shows if I wanted to. I've done solo stuff. It's just that's not my interest. My interest is making music that I enjoy, and I get to do that in games, and that's good enough for me. And then like I was saying earlier in the stream, I definitely am planning like an album, like a non-game release. Took 10 years off, now playing shows again. There you go. You did it that way for 10 years. Yeah, that's fucking crazy. That's too long to be pulling the weight of others. So I totally understand why you would take a break. Personally, shows aren't really like that interesting to me anymore. I guess I got burned out on the scene, right? I don't know. I partied a lot. I used to throw these big parties so my bands could play. I would have all my friends' bands play. I would be hosting the party, playing in the band, and making sure that the house is still standing afterwards. And it was fun. I had a lot of fun. It was very fun. But it wore thin after a while. And, never making any money as a band is tough, right? That whole failing and falling on your face thing, it feels worse when you're with a group of 5 people that are also failing and falling on your face, and everyone needs money, and none of them are making money. you know? And there's always like that whole team thing, you know, where like thoughts from one team member go to the next ones, and then you have like conceived thoughts about another person that aren't even accurate because they're being watered down by the thoughts of other people. And you know, like one band I was in, I ended up getting kicked out of the band because they didn't like that I was coming late to practice because I had school on the days that they wanted to practice. I had night school on the days that they wanted to practice at night. And they said that no one else could do it on any other days. And I was like, well, I can come for an hour, but I won't be able to be there for all 4 hours or whatever because I've got school. And everyone knew that, and yet they kicked me out of the band. But it wasn't because of that. That was their excuse. The reason why they kicked me out was because the drummer wanted his girlfriend to be in the band. So that's what they did. They kicked me out and brought the drummer's girlfriend in. And, you know, the drummer and the guitarist had become really close in a few months, and he was, you know, taking control of the band that way. And they still play together. So I mean, that's cool for them or whatever, but you know, fucking band drama, love it. Exactly. Yeah, shows in our 40s are way different than the shows in my 20s. Yeah, I bet. We have our shit together now and are playing the biggest theater in town. Oh, that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. Yeah, I never made it to that point. We did a lot of shitty bars. We would go to Chicago, but it would be a shitty bar in Chicago, you know. We would have really fun shows, but they would be shitty bars. But yeah, that wasn't my last band. I definitely played in many bands after that. But that was just one occurrence of what can happen. You know, in the last band that I played in, the fucking singer just like flipped out on me one day. Like, he was trying to teach me this song that he had just written, and it wasn't like a terrible song or anything, but he was doing this weird thing where he like stopped and started in the middle of the song, and I was trying to get the timing of that down, and he was pretty, you know, sloshed, and he was getting frustrated with me, and I was just kind of laughing it off, and I said, "What, are you drunk?" And he freaked out on me and threatened to kick my teeth in, and that was it. That was the end. You know what I mean? I thought he was gonna throw my gear. I thought he was gonna throw my laptop on the ground, and he didn't, thankfully. But he looked like he was gonna. He was like threatening me, and I was like, I felt like he was gonna attack me until I left, and that was the last band I was in. We had a label and toured, so once Limp Bizkit came back, we knew it was time. That's funny as hell. He had a following from the 2000s. Interesting. That's pretty cool. Well, I'm proud of you for getting back into what you love. I think I might do Twitch DJ stuff eventually. But I don't think I'm ever gonna do shows again. I might do live stream stuff. But I probably won't play like a full band type thing again, or even like instruments other than turntables. Because I just prefer that live. I like being able to play all the instruments on one instrument. I've signed titties. There you go. Never did that. Never signed a titty. Never really thought about wanting to do that, but I mean, I'm sure it wouldn't feel bad to do that, but it's not something that I ever, you know. My wife was a groupie to start. Oh wow, that's interesting. It's kind of funny. Yeah, I was definitely never did touring, never big enough for any of that. But check it out, I used to jam with this dude, right? And you know, it's funny because so there was this band called Orgies with Pigs, and they were like notorious for being like, you know, gratuitous on stage and stuff. And for some reason, the bass player from Orgies with Pigs was hanging out at my place because I had like the party pad, right? And one of my other friends was dating this woman who had a kid who was like 14 or something like that, and she brought her kid over and he was learning how to play guitar and stuff. And I remember the bass player from Orgies with Pigs was like teaching some things and stuff, and he knew that I had a jam pad. And so like fucking 10 years later, he hits me up out of the blue on Facebook and says, "Hey, do you remember me? I came to your place at that one time. Your friend was dating my mom." And I was like, "Yeah, I remember you. Why, what's up?" He says, "Do you still have a jam pad and do you want to jam?" And I was like, "Sure." You know, I wasn't turning down anyone at that point. I was letting anyone come over and play. Well, you know, I had like a few different bands that I was in, and there was always a drum set at my place. I had the jam pad, and so he came over and he started playing. We were playing for quite some time. I don't think we ever really had a band together, but he was definitely playing with the bands that I had in there, and he got really, really good. Well, anyways, that dude went on to do solo tours. I did his band posters. I did his album art. I did some of his stickers and stuff, and like his graphic design stuff, his branding. And then I didn't do all of his branding, but I did some of it. And then he went to this other band called Snooze, and now they've been playing. They have a record. They have a double disc vinyl, and they have they were just, what do they call that? They were asked to perform at a festival in Europe. They're literally flying overseas to play at a festival that they were asked to be part of. And that's how big he's gotten. So that's super cool, you know, because like I said, I remember when he was like 14 years old and learning how to play guitar, and I was there for that, which is fucking cool. And I jammed with him over and over again for years. So it's really great to see someone that I was so close with. He's actually one of my best friends from that area now. He's one of the few people that I maintain contact with. And he was a good client too. Like freelancing is rough, but he was always a good client. That's awesome. I love music. Tough business though. Touring feels like being homeless basically. Yeah, I mean, if you can afford a hotel room, then that's not so bad. But or if you have a van or something to sleep in. But yeah, obviously sleeping in a van doesn't feel great. But yeah, I hear you, man. Touring isn't what it's cracked up to be. I've never done it, but I can only imagine. I've heard enough stories. I never really wanted to tour. I remember reading a Nirvana biography, and it was talking about their touring for the Bleach album. And yeah, they just had a van. I mean, you know, when I was young, I used to want to be famous, and I used to want people to know my music, you know, but I never really wanted to like do all of the things, you know, all the touring or the groupies or like, you know, the festivals. Like none of that really was inspiring to me. It wasn't anything that I like wished for. I just wanted people to hear my music. It is not that cool unless you are making money. Yeah. and a lot of times the money comes from like selling merch and shit like that, which is like a tough job in itself. But yeah, one of the biggest things for me was that I wanted to make art for bands and t-shirts for bands and stuff like that. And I did. I made a lot of t-shirts and art for bands. That was definitely a thing for me. That was part of the start of my freelance career, was definitely making merchandise and branding for bands. I don't really do it anymore. Bands are kind of hard to work with, to be honest. They're always so broke, and you can't blame them. But I wouldn't turn it down if someone was like, we want you to do the art for this. But I probably would turn them down if they're like, we need you to do exactly what we tell you to, and nothing, and we want 1 million comps and for free and for the price of, you know, a case of beer. You know, like, yeah, no, I'm not trying to do that anymore. Been there, done that. But I did make some cool shit. Did a lot of flyers too. I was just locally known here, would get recognized at stores and stuff, was humbling. Oh, well, that's kind of cool. My mom's husband used to work at a liquor store, and Mudvayne walked in, and that was interesting, he said. I used to really like Mudvayne. I wonder whatever happened to them, to be honest. My brother lives off graphic work for bands, album covers, flyers, etc. Oh, that's really cool. He also is a singer-songwriter himself. Right on, yeah. They're still making music. Oh, Mudvayne is? Oh, that's interesting. I might have to look that up. Even because I remember their first album, and then they had... I don't remember what their second album was. Or maybe I do, but I feel like I remember their third album more. I need to re-listen to some of that. I kind of forget about how much I liked that band. I was like really into them. They are old like me now. They were old back then. I loved their music back in the day. It's good stuff. Yeah, they were in their late 30s when Dig came out. I'm pretty sure. They're from Peoria, Illinois. Stabbing Westward is from Macomb, Illinois. I just learned that the other day, actually. Did you know Stabbing Westward came out with an album in 2022? It's not great. The first song's good, but the rest of them aren't. But it's funny, I was actually talking about this earlier on stream. The song is Illinois guys, I don't know them. Do you remember Stabbing Westward though? They did that Wither, Blister, Burn, and Peel album that was like really good. And then they did the song for the Duke Nukem game on PlayStation. The Thing I Hate. I won't become the thing I hate. My grandparents were from Minooka. Holy shit. Yeah, no, dude, I know Minooka. I used to live right next to Minooka, right? So Coal City is like really close to Minooka. It's like 15 minutes away from Minooka. Also, Naperville isn't far from Minooka. I guess Coal City's closer. I lived in Marseilles for a bit. I lived in Morris for a bit. Morris and Minooka are like right next to each other. I know them well. Yep. Yeah. So Stabbing Westward, they put out an album in 2022 that I did not realize, but it's called Chasing Ghosts, and the song that's good is called I Am Nothing, and it's literally about getting ghosted. It took me a while to decipher it, but it's about being ghosted, like texting a girl and she doesn't text you back. You were in a tornado there in like 1985 in Manuka, or in Coal City, or in where? Where were you in the? Where was the tornado, in Manuka? Oh, listen, I like them. Yeah, Manuka. Oh wow, I remember hearing about that, but I haven't met anyone that was in there. Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, I dated a girl from Manuka. Yeah, she lived off of Bluff Road, which was like right down the highway from the road that I lived off of. Oh, you were visiting. Scary, yeah. You were 6, damn. Yeah, I was just not, I wasn't born yet. Or I was just about to be born. Because I was born the summer of that year. Still remember it as it was traumatic. Yeah, I believe it. Yeah, I remember there was a tornado that hit Naperville when I was around that same age. And yeah, I still remember it vividly. And then around that same time, there was damage to your grandparents' house. Wow, yeah. We didn't get any damage, but the tree in our yard dropped this like really big limb, and that was intense. The tornado touched down like 2 or 3 blocks away. So it was close, but it wasn't like I think it was like a F3 or something like that. It wasn't like a massive tornado. But there was an F5 that hit Plainfield, which is really close to Naperville. And I remember seeing the damage from that and just being completely awestruck. Last time I was in Illinois, I was hanging out in Bloomington. I used to live in Bloomington. Yep. I lived in Bloomington for a bit. I got drugged in Bloomington, actually. Damn college towns. I have a lot of friends in Bloomington still, though. Actually, I went to Bloomington last summer for a wedding. Place was alright, I could see that, yeah. Yeah, I mean, Bloomington normal, right? Because they're kind of like so close together. It definitely has like good parts of town and not so good parts of town. But even the better parts of Bloomington, like normal has some nice parts, but Bloomington has like some decent parts and some not so decent parts. My uncle is the oldest living season ticket holder for the Bears. Wow, that's fucking crazy. That's crazy. I never went to a Bears game. I was never really interested in going to a Bears game though either. He's like 93. Yeah, that's pretty old. I saw the Bulls play once. After Michael Jordan left, the ticket prices dropped, and I think my mom's cousin got me tickets. That was kind of cool. I actually got to meet Dennis Rodman though as an adult. I got to party with Dennis Rodman. You ever hear this story? There are pictures of me with Dennis Rodman, or a picture of me with Dennis Rodman. But I got to tell him that I saw him play. No, that's awesome. Yeah, so I used to work at this picture framing place in Arizona, and the owner of it was like this really rich dude, and he had these connections with sports people because what we sold was autographed sports memorabilia, and we framed it, right? So he was getting so rich from selling autographs that he bought a frame shop to upsell the autographs even further, right? So we would do the framing for his autographed pieces, and he had these connections. Like he had a exclusive with Magic Johnson. So I actually got to meet Magic Johnson too, and Magic Johnson was only signing autographs for this company that I worked for. Your uncle lives in Palatine. Oh, okay. I've never been to Palatine, but I've heard of it. That's closer to the city, I think, than Naperville. But it's like a suburb, right? Although all the suburbs seem like cities now, it's kind of weird. Or like they all seem like part of the city. I remember I was dating a girl near Brookfield, and she kept saying that she was in the suburbs, and I was like, you can see the fucking Sears Tower from your house. You're in the city. She's like, no, this is the suburbs. I'm like, no, that's not the suburbs. She was right, of course, but that's awesome that you got to meet them. And who else? What's his name? The Fonz, Henry Winkler. I got to meet Henry Winkler. David Johnson from the Cardinals. Kurt Warner. I don't know who that is, but I got to meet him. Some football player. And I think that's the extent of the celebrities that I got to meet from that job. But the Dennis Rodman one was interesting because we were no longer selling Dennis Rodman autographs. He didn't have a deal with them, but he had become friends with Dennis Rodman, the owner. So during the Christmas party, he rented a mansion for the company Christmas party, right? The owner of this company rented this mansion for the Christmas party, and then he called up Dennis Rodman, who was one of his friends, and said, "Hey, you should fly in to see my party at this mansion," and he did. So he was like there with his cigar and just hanging out at the party. Seattle Seahawks player, who, Kurt Warner? Or is that his name? Kurt Warner? I kept calling him Kurt Wagner, but it's not. It's Kurt Warner. Yeah, I'm really bad with sports stuff. It was all kind of a joke to me. Well, that's cool. Yeah, so you know these people. I don't really know them. I thought it was funny because one of my friends has a friend named David Johnson, and he talks about him all the time. And I was like, so I met David Johnson today, and he's like, wait, what? Yeah, the football player, not your friend. He's like, wait, what? Because that friend is like a football coach, so he's like really into the football. Or he was a football coach. Me too, usually. I can't talk sports with dudes. I never know anything. Yeah, I'm no good at sports talk. For a while there, I could pretend it. I could fake it because of all the sports memorabilia. But it was all old players, like all retired players that were like signing autographs and shit. We did a lot of golf. A lot of old golf. Jack Nicholson. Wait, we did Jack Nicklaus and Jack Nicholson. That was confusing for me. I didn't get to meet either of those, but I got to see their autographs all the time. We had a whole lot of Stan Lees, right? And it's crazy because like Stan Lee was signing autographs like fucking nuts, right? And then we'd buy them online in bulk. Like we would order them from Stan Lee. And then later, after Stan Lee died, I learned that his family was forcing him to sign autographs to pay for his grandkids' college. And so that's what was happening. We were getting all of these autographs shipped to our company from Stan Lee because his family was forcing him to sign autographs to pay for their kids' college. Yeah, it's fucking crazy. Games, that's another story. Music I know most. I love music. So I'm kind of out of the loop when it comes to music. Also, I was never classically trained, so I don't really know much about music theory. So I can pretend pretty well with with someone who's like classically trained, but I can't sight read, and I'm a play by ear type person. I can listen and play, and I can sound like I know what I'm talking about. I'm an audio engineer though. I can do the audio engineering. Damn, that's terrible. Yeah, no, that it was kind of heartbreaking to hear that. But yeah, we sold a lot of Stan Lees, and we definitely raised the price after he died. And that was like the morbid part of that business, was that the prices of the autographs went way up after the people died, and we had a warehouse of the shit. I stocked shelves of a music store from 2000 to 2010, so I say most albums and artists. Yeah, you probably have a good idea of what's been. Although honestly, like, so much stuff comes out nowadays, it probably doesn't even hit the shelves anymore. I mean, do people even sell CDs anymore? Because I know that, like, you can't. It's really hard to get rid of used CDs these days. People don't really buy that shit anymore. They used to buy them, and now they don't. Yeah, I inherited a bunch of my mom's CDs and records too. I read music in elementary and then I read music in elementary and then forgot it all. Yeah, I did a little bit of that too, but honestly, I wasn't very good at it back then. I just knew, like, it was like, I knew like one note and could figure out the rest, kind of thing. And that's honestly, I never really got any better than that. I couldn't sight read. Like, I could pretend like I was sight reading, and I would look at the music to help me remember what I was supposed to play next, but I was mostly relying on memory. It's like when I was a kid and I was dyslexic, right? So I didn't know how to read, but they were trying to teach me how to read, and I would like look at the pictures and then memorize what it said, and then so I just look at the picture and then read what I memorized, Spotify's new music store, exactly. Which is fucked up, because it's like impossible, or next to impossible, to make any money off of Spotify, from what I understand. I don't have anything on Spotify myself, well, other than my podcasts, which don't make me any money. But I also don't run ads, so that's how that goes. Don't run ads, don't make money. But I hate ads, so I run ads on this, but Twitch kind of like wants you to. And yeah, I didn't for a long time. Terrible, no money to artists. Yeah, no, it's really bad. It's there's this meme, and I'm sure you've probably seen it because you're a music person, where it's like there's a bus that's like about to cross the street and there's a train coming, and it says over the bus, it says 2000s music artists wondering if pirating will prevent them from making money as a musician. And then the next image, it shows the bus getting hit by the train, and over the train it says Spotify. We make enough to pay to keep our music on the streaming services, and that's it. Oh, right on. So, like, do you use like DistroKid or whatever? I think we probably talked about it on the podcast, but that's been months now. I don't know. It would be cool to do something like that eventually, once I have like enough that I want to actually share. Tynecore and CD Baby. Ah, okay. Oh, TuneCore, right? Not TineCore. TineCore is like for harmonicas, right? No, I'm just kidding. Or like a Rhodes. A Rhodes uses tines. Tine-based instruments. Melodica has tines. Yup. But yeah, I've been low-key writing music, like non-game music. Just like when it comes to me, I'll like record it on my phone. Every like week or so, I'll pick up an instrument and start jamming and record it. Come up with something. It's like $40 a year. Oh, that's not too bad. Is that the best pricing you've done? You've probably done some shopping for that stuff, huh? I imagine it's not easy to get 40 bucks. I mean, how many plays do you have to get that $40 back, you know? Because isn't it like a fraction of a penny per play? Yeah, you can buy services now where you pay a small amount monthly and then can upload as many albums and singles as you want. We go to the real studio, so it's years before you release music. I got you. Yeah, I would do all of the engineering myself these days. All of the mastering and engineering myself, because that's what I like the most out of it, honestly. I got really into production and engineering and mastering music. And doing it all myself, being the whole thing. So we just pay yearly. I got you. Yeah, I do a lot of that as well. The hard part for me is making the drums and mixing and mastering the drums. It's so many. Oh, I got you. Miking. Yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah, so using live instruments is tough, right? What I do is I would just mic every single drum piece, every single piece of the drum. Get a drum, like a SM57 on the snare. You know, a low impedance on the kick. Do SM57s on the with like booming mic stands over the cymbals, and same with the toms. You get I would mic the top and the bottom of the toms with 57s, and yeah, that's what I would do. But it's been a long time since I've had the opportunity to mic an actual kit. I kind of want to get an actual kit, but man, I want to spend a lot of money, and I'm not really making money, so like I'm literally losing money. Like I'm making money, but it's not covering my expenses. So I need to start making money. It's a lot, but they are expensive. I just use a VSD called Addictive Drums. Yeah, honestly, I just use I have a MIDI controller and I have Ableton Live Suite. And yeah, it was $1,400 for the pair of those, 700 each. And I've already made that money back though, so that's cool. But through game music, I don't make money off of making like regular music. I make money off of making game music. And I don't make it all the time. It just happened to work out that way. But yeah, I really like making music on those things. And you know what I do for the drums, man? I can actually show you, because I own the software. Dakota Vaughn, welcome in. You got your Pokemon journey. How you doing, Dakota? We're talking about music for a second on a little side tangent here. But what are you up to, Dakota? How's your day going? Your evening? Whatever it is there. So yeah, this is Ableton Live. Hey, I'm doing alright. How are you? I'm doing great. Doing fantastic. We've been doing a whole lot of like variable swapping, like really kind of tedious, boring work in GB Studio, but it's what it takes to get it done. But yeah, so we're taking a little tangent here. I wanted to show Just Wall what I do for drums these days. So this is my chiptune drum kit. So it's gonna sound a little not like real drums, but oh, and also it's coming through my laptop speakers, so we gotta switch that. We'll do this one, and it might work. There we go. All right, yeah. So you can hear that, right? So some of these are samples. Right, because what I do is I'll make them in BFXR, but what I wanted to show you was the ones that aren't samples. So what's interesting about these, so check this out, and I'm not sure how familiar you are with Ableton, but this is an operator, right? So here's the operator. I've got this wave and this envelope and these settings here, right? So no LFO, no filter, and then I've got the pitch envelope is -7.9, a spread of 90%, a transpose of +4 semitones, and then the tone is at 70%, the volume at -80, and then what I do, I've got a compressor here, and I've got a saturator, right? So, it's a lot easier with the MIDI controller plugged in, which it's not actually right now. I don't think. I could plug it in though. Where is the cable? Oh, it is plugged in. Alright. So this one. And then I usually set it to be the accent button on here. So that way it's, and I'll turn off the music so we can better hear what we're doing here. That way it's consistent every time, because for a chiptune you don't want it to change, right? So if I hit this accent button, it becomes pressure sensitive, where if I keep it the same, then it's consistent every time. But what I do is I adjust the saturator until I'm happy with the sound that I get. And then I've got reverb, because I'm a big fan of gated reverb, right? So I have the reverb here, and then I gate it. And then I've got another compressor, and then I've got an EQ, which is dialed in for the instrument, and then I've got a limiter, right? And then the entire drum rack goes through an EQ, which is just flat, just in case I need it, and then another compressor and another limiter. So that way each thing gets its own compression and limiter on top of what it is. So this is the wood block, which is another operator, and different saturator, different EQ, another limiter on there, with also a different compression right there. And you can see the difference between these two wood blocks is the drive and the pitch, or the filter. And so I'm actually using synths to make drums. And then we've got the kicks down here. Same thing, we've got these settings for the operator. We've got a saturator on there, the reverb, the gate, completely different EQ. You can see the difference here. These are two different kicks. They've got different settings, but they've got the same saturator. One's got more reverb than the other. And it looks like one doesn't have the gate on it, which is interesting. But it's got a second EQ to give that bass boost there. Or it's just a different location of the EQ. Or no, it just looks like because the gate's missing. But yeah. I'm not looking at my hands, so it's kind of difficult. They're like, I gotta pull this MIDI controller out. Everything's on top of it. There's a little bit of a latency because I'm using Bluetooth. So what I normally do is I plug these headphones in right into my my audio thing. Yeah, because there's like 100 milliseconds of delay here. Yeah, drums are fun. This is a good setup. Yeah, and I've got a whole bunch of different drum racks that are like nearly full, and I just switch to what I need, and then I'll make new ones, or I'll adjust these ones on the fly, and then I'm pretty much set for drums. I mean, I made this in 2023, and I still use it pretty frequently. And then, you know, for chiptune-esque stuff. Oh, getting some weird something going on there. My hard drive was sitting on one of the keys. It's all about workflow so you can be productive. Yeah. I just kind of set things up a certain way that was productive for me. Seems like you've got it organized here. Yeah, this is just my default scene that I set up, where like each like what I do is I use a lot of wavetables, and I just when I'm emulating chiptune, like the fake bit they call it, right? So if I wanted to, I could like go through and make it more like, you know, future or whatever, make it more contemporary. But I really prefer working with, you know, square waves or triangle waves, and sometimes I'll use sine waves also, you know, but like I keep it minimal. I keep it kind of retro. You know, if I wanted to, you can turn off the sub, change the pulse width, and you can get pretty close to the Game Boy sound if you like know the pulse widths, right? Like 12.5. Of course, it won't let you do 12.5. which is kind of lame, but 50 and 75 work. And then if you wanted to get real weird, you can do some really crazy shit here. I really like this. You can do like what is it? So like the warp. You can change that to be modified by the LFO, right? Sad to say it's sleepy time for me. Keep on creating, dude. Don't forget about your variables. Yeah, thanks, dude. Alright, well, thanks for hanging out. I appreciate that. I hope you sleep well. I hope you have a great day at work tomorrow. And, you know, take care. Friday. Yeah, it's the end of the week tomorrow. So, yeah. Have a good Friday, bro. Later, great chat. Yeah, anytime, bro. Anytime. Always glad to see you in here. All right, back to the variable swapping. So this one we did. So the next one, we're on to this one. Gen 3. Close that. Paste that. I can't believe it's already 10 o'clock, but yeah, been kind of chatting it up here for a bit, so that's cool. Let me get some water in me. All right. Changing more of these variables just never ends. Let's open these up so I can see things better. Should probably save. I feel like I haven't saved in a while. Oh, that's not what I wanted. Beware of the Overlord. So yeah, that's actually the link to the game that I'm making right now. You can play the first level up to the first boss, and I'm working on the second level right now. It's a fishing themed JRPG with like a spooky atmosphere, and I made it. I finished the Game Jam version last October, and I've updated it 4 times, mostly to fix bugs. But yeah, we've got those bugs fixed so that it's quite stable on the version that's up there right now. I will say that the encounters are a little bit more rapid than the version that I'm working on because I've adjusted them to better suit the game. But it's not unplayable by any means. It's cool. I really like the art style. Oh, cool! Thanks. Yeah, I appreciate that. I can show you the files here. So this is the new level, right? So we've got like a octopus. There's some type of building here. There's a frog there, kind of like the pyro toad, and there's an eyeball. This is going to be animated. There's a sunken ship, or a destroyed ship rather. And then there's this Loch Ness monster thing here. If we go to, let's go to recent. We got the swap tiles here. So these are the new fish. So these are the old fish. No. Yeah, these are all new fish, right? This is the old fish. This is new fish. And this is new fish. I really like the sock puppet one. And then the zebra is kind of a joke. But yeah. Nice work catching the Mankey. Are you an artist? Are you a pixel artist? Do you like Game Boy games? Are you a software developer? I'm just asking a bunch of questions, but if you're not, that's okay. But yeah, I like Game Boy games, and I'm making games that actually play on Game Boy these days. That's what this is. GB Studio. It's a game engine to make Game Boy games, and it's a lot of fun. There are a lot of limitations, and it can be a little bit painstaking to do what I'm doing here, but the end result actually turns out really cool, and people have generally enjoyed the game so far. I haven't gotten any negative feedback on it other than the bugs that were there, and those are all fixed. Yeah, I love game dev and pixel art, especially retro stuff, so this is super cool. Oh, good, yeah, awesome. You're in the right place. Yeah, I started doing GB Studio stuff in 2023 for the GB Compo 2023, and there's a GB Compo 2025 that's starting in just a couple days here, and I have an idea for that too. I think I'm gonna do that, so that'll be fun. Also, I work on Pyro Toad quite a bit, which is a game that I'm working on with Johnny Manjiro, who is a Super Mario World ROM hacker, and he also does NES development. Plus, the horror-esque aesthetic is something I love too. Oh, cool! Yeah, the game I'm planning for the 2025 compo is a horror game as well. So yeah, cool. Yeah, it's definitely like a spooky horror, not like a gruesome horror. Like, you know, like there's a skull in this level, and like if we zoom in here, you can see like there's a mouth in the water there. You know, kind of cute, spooky, right? Not like super scary or anything like that. There's like some tusks coming out of the water. Maybe it's a rib cage. There's a spooky mushroom. There's a massive tower there, which is kind of strange. And then there's a penguin on a iceberg, which is kind of a joke because you're supposed to be in hell, and hell froze over, and there's a penguin there. And then there's also a oh, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. There's also Moby Dick here, and Captain Ahab there, which I thought was funny too. But I very much appreciate the follow. But yeah, so what I'm actually doing right now, so these scenes, if we zoom in real close, you can see, if I move the splash, you can see that there's like 1 pixel missing from each wave. at a different point, right? Like these ones have that dark pixel there and these ones have the black pixel there. So that's actually done on purpose. So those pixels are to make those tiles unique compared to all the other tiles. So that way, if I put this back, that way I can swap in these tiles individually and then put the enemies into different positions, kind of like on Pokemon, the way that they swapped background tiles in the Pokemon games to put them on there to make really detailed characters. I'm doing the same kind of thing, but in 4 different positions and in lots of different permutations, which was something that I had to like figure out during the game jam, which was actually pretty freaking difficult. But now what I'm doing is I'm fixing all of the swap tile variables for each thing here to make sure that it puts in new fish instead of the old fish, because what I did was I copy and pasted these scenes, so that way a lot of the things that were in place, all I needed to do was change the variables, and that's what I'm doing here. I'm changing variables, and there's a whole lot of them. I haven't done a count, but I think it's in the thousands. I'm pretty sure it's in the thousands. But I've been doing this for 4 days, so we're actually pretty close to the end, but I keep saying that, and then I keep finding things that are wrong, and things I missed, and mistakes that were made, and it's a painstaking process. I used GB Studio like once 4 years ago, but never got very far. Oh wow, yeah, so you should check it out again, because they've updated it quite a bit, like quite a lot, like an insane amount, like because yeah, I started in 2023, and since then they've updated it like 2 times. And yeah, so they've got a whole bunch of tools for Game Boy Color now. You can have variables that go over 255, so 16-bit variables. There's tile swapping without the GBVM, which is a thing, but this is the way I learned it, so this is what I'm doing here. And this is the way it was originally written. But yeah, there's a lot of cool new features they added. I don't know them all off the top of my head, but I would recommend going back to it, because it might be easier now. There's a lot more variety you can get out of the games that you can make with it. But that's super cool that you tried it 4 years ago. That must have been back when it was like still in its infancy. It's still a little buggy. There we go. Oop, sometimes that happens. But yeah, I've been having a lot of fun with GB Studio. The first game I made, I still haven't finished it yet. It was for a game jam. I did like 10 levels, and now I'm at like 15 or something in that game, but the levels got really weird after the game jam. Well, I guess they started to get weird by the 8th level, I think. After the 9th and 10th level started to get weird, like in a good way. Like I wanted to break away from the gameplay loop that I had created and stretch it and do fun things with it. And I think that kind of makes that game interesting. But yeah, actually recently a French blog writer reached out to me to interview me because they liked that game so much. And so that interview is actually getting released soon, and that's really cool. There's a video portion to it, and they did like subtitles for the video in French, so that's super cool. And they interviewed me, like, so it's like a big long article. And actually, I don't know how long it is. They're probably going to cut some of it out because what I sent them was like really long. But they asked me a lot of questions, so like, and they were hard questions to answer without using a lot of words. You know, things like, how long have I been into music? It's like, oh shit, man. I can't just say how many years. I gotta tell you the whole story, you know? Maybe I could have just said how many years it was, but it doesn't tell the whole story if I just say I've been doing it since I was a kid, you know? I gotta tell them how many countless bands I've been in. But yeah, I started with music actually when I was a kid, and then I started modding games, and then I remember like wanting to learn how to program in games in college or in high school, and I saw some kid doing it in class, and I was like, man, I wish I knew how to do that. And he gave me this big book. I was like, oh, I just read it from here, and I was like, oh, jeez. And I didn't learn it. And that was the precursor to Flash. That was Macromedia Director, is what it was called. And then I went to college for 3D modeling and animation, and I figured I'd come out and be a game artist. And I did do some Flash in college. But again, I didn't make games. I made websites for the class. I did animations, but I didn't make any games. They didn't have any game engine knowledge or any teachers that taught game engines. And honestly, game engines weren't really that big of a thing yet. Unreal 3 had just come out around that time, and that was like the first open source, or not open source, the first free engine that was like freely available, as far as I know. And it was really hard to use. It was like C++. I like tried to use it, didn't get very far, and then so I graduated, and the economy was fucking shot because the 2008 thing. I graduated in 2009, and so when I was in college, the career counselor kept saying, "Oh, we're gonna get you a job at Midway or EA." Or Activision. You know, I know people there. They're saying, you know, we get students in there, we get students to go there, and we know people there. And then sure enough, by 2009 when I graduated, all three of those companies completely left Chicago because the industry had kind of shuttered and no one was hiring unless you were like really, really, really good, which I wasn't. I mean, I wasn't terrible, but I wasn't that competitively good. And I didn't go to DigiPen. I went to the American Academy of Art. I didn't even know Full Sail or DigiPen existed back then, or maybe I would have tried to go there, but yeah, I didn't know. And so yeah, American Academy of Art was a prestigious school. It actually closed down after being open for over 101 years, I think is what it is. And or maybe it was 99 years, I don't know. It wasn't 100, but it was 1 year the other way, or 1 year the other way. Yeah, so I didn't get a AAA job out of school, and I was really bummed about it for a bit, but then I was like, you know what, I'm just gonna learn how to do it myself. And that's when I started learning how to program, and I just like spun my wheels and grasped at straws and tried different things until it worked. And eventually I found Unity, and that's where things started to really take off for me. I had played with Game Maker and a few other engines, the Cube engine, like 3D Rad, RPG Maker, basically anything that I could find, and Unity was what really worked for me. I feel that I'm in college right now for computer science, but there's basically nothing for game dev. I have had no internships going into my senior year. Left my ass off. I'm cooked. Yeah, I didn't get any internships in college either. But yeah, I kind of wish that I would have gone for computer science, but in reality, back then I wasn't skilled enough in computer science, and I didn't I didn't have the gumption. I wasn't going to be able to do it. I did art because it was something that I was good at and it came easy for me. I mean, don't get me wrong, art school was fucking hard. It was very challenging. But I was good at it and I loved it. It was something that I was primed and ready to do. And that's probably the only reason why I was able to do so well in art school. And I did actually do really well. I was on track to be valedictorian of my class until senior year. I had a teacher that tried to give me an F, but the dean stepped in and said, "You can't give Rick an F," because I was on the president's list, I was on the dean's list. You know, like I said, like I was headed to be valedictorian, and this one teacher just didn't like me because me and my one buddy would go out and smoke weed during his class, during the breaks, and probably coming back in smelling like weed, and that's probably why he tried to give us an F. But yeah, the dean stepped in and said, "You cannot give these students an F," and so we got D's. But yeah, I didn't get any internships. I was, one of my friends was in contact with Tool, ended up working for Tool, the band, and I was a huge Tool fan, so that was like that sucked for me. I was so jealous. I was like, oh my god, why you? I'm the Tool fan, why you? And it was just luck, you know. I keep saying it. Luck is where preparation meets opportunity. He had done a piece based on this other artist's piece, and someone who was related to Tool saw it and really liked it and showed the members of Tool, and that's all it took. One of my other classmates, Anthony Cozart, who runs Cozart Studios, it's a effects studio. He does special effects. He did special effects for the Fargo series and like a bunch of other films and shows, and he got an internship at Stan Winston Studios. Stan Winston Studios, they did like while he was there, he worked on Indiana Jones and the Crystal Skulls and Avatar, and then he also got to, so that studio previously had worked on Terminator 2, Jurassic Park, you know, like a lot of like really good effects. They were one of the best effects studios ever. They still are one of the best effects studios, but yeah, that's where he got his internship. After college, he did this reality show called Face Off, where you make special effects masks, and he won the reality show competition, and then he actually became a host for the reality show. And yeah, I had a few friends that actually ended up in reality shows. I could have sworn I changed these ones. Yeah, so I definitely had some friends that came out of school with work, and I did not. I had to do it the hard way. It took me a good 10 years before I started getting industry work after college, which probably would have been faster if I would have gone to school for computer science, because let's face it, the jobs that I got were computer science jobs. Oh, these ones don't need to be changed. That's why they're not changed. These ones are fine. I should probably make sure, but yeah, I'm losing my mind. Wait, why does that say bank? Do they all say bank? They do, okay. Yeah, that's fine. But yeah, the game industry is not looking so hot right now, but that doesn't mean it won't be. You just gotta have to stick with it. If you like games, then you just have to do it. Do it yourself. Do it when no one's paying you, and eventually you can start getting work. It's not easy, it's fucking tough, but if you love it, then that's, you know, what it takes. But as far as finding work goes, computer science should be a lot easier than games, because the money isn't in games. The money is in bank software and shit like that. So if you're trying to make money as a programmer, do bank software. It's that easy. They're always hired. Because they go through people because it's not a fun job. But you make a lot of money. Unfortunately, I don't know how to do that shit. But I don't think I would enjoy that job either. So there's that. So now we're searching for bugs. We did all the variable swaps, but now we're searching for bugs, because if I hit the render, or if I hit the compile button, it won't compile because there's bugs. It's literally copy paste typos that are preventing it from building. We do have an ad break starting in a few minutes here, and I do think I need more tea and more water. Oh, it looks like it's recompiling the build cache. That's interesting. But yeah, we get these errors all of a sudden here. And there's only 3. Fight scene 3 and 2 in fight scene 4. And we're in fight scene 3. And there's an extra T at the end, because I selected all of this to copy paste over, and it's, yep, not how it's supposed to be. So one of them has a white T at the end of it, and that's how I'm gonna find it. So I just have to scroll through and look for the white T. It's like, you ever read that book, Where's Waldo? Where's the white T? And all the characters in the book are all wearing striped shirts, but none of them are actually Waldo. That one was the worst. Like, some of them would be missing glasses, some of them would be missing the hat, some of them would be missing the cane, but only one of them had all of the Waldo aspects. It's like a needle in a haystack. Or in Earthbound, where you have to find the sesame seed in the desert. Or the missing contact lens in the desert. Contact lens was easier. I'm gonna save. Every time it loads slowly, I'm like, uh-oh, I hope it doesn't crash. I was looking at the wrong T. Gotta scroll up. Alright. The last T, one of them will have a second T and it will be white. And that's what we're looking for. One of them. Oh man, it's starting to make me dizzy. We're not even halfway through. Alright, we got ads, so we're gonna take a little break here. It'll be a little bit longer of a break so I can make some tea. But we'll be back shortly. Thanks for hanging out. Okay, I've returned with my tea. Sorry about the break. Thanks for hanging out. I appreciate it. Excuse me. And yeah, we're back to looking for that tea. Not the tea you drink, but the tea you accidentally typed too many of, apparently. Okay, on to the next one. Looking for a tea. A white tea. Not a green tea, but a white tea. It still sounds like I'm gonna drink it though, doesn't it? Oh, I found it. Look at that. There it is. The white tea. Alright. That is so cool. We're gonna save our work. It only took that long. And now we should only get errors on fight scene 4. Excuse me. Fight scene 4 and not fight scene 3. We'll still get errors, of course, but one less. Mostly I just wanted to sip my tea. But this game builds fast. Oh wait, we're still getting a error on fight scene 3. Why is that? We deleted that. Could there be more? Maybe there's more. I guess we should look at all of them. It could happen once, then it could happen again. Stupid white tees. Plain white tees. That was a band, wasn't it? I was really hoping that was the only white tee. That's too bad. Surprised it didn't tell me about the second or the other ones before, but apparently it only does the one error once because it's a duplicate error. The same error on the same scene. If it was a different typo or on a different scene, then it would probably tell us. At least it tells us what the typo is. I really wish it would just go to it. That would have been sweet. Honestly, this would be way easier in some type of IDE. This visual coding stuff can get so fucking annoying. But I don't know how to do that yet for Game Boy. One of these days I want to learn. This is like the kiddie pool. Training wheels. More tea. Alright, looking for white tees. That one's empty. Show me. Alright, it's clean. Moving on. Looking for the typo T, the T typo, the white plain T typo, 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 the typo negative typo. That was a good band. You guys remember Typo Negative? I think the singer died. Hallows Eve. We're getting closer to the end here. I need the T in my left hand, I think. So I can sip and scroll at the same time. Otherwise I'll fall asleep before we get to the end of this. Because we need to do fight scene 4 also. Of course, I'm probably gonna get so excited when I find it that I spill my tea. I'll spit it out. Oh, look at that, there it is, the other tea. Alright, we're gonna do it Control S, and we'll try another build. And I didn't spit my tea, which is a surprise to you and me. It had to rhyme. Oh, look at that. Fight scene 3 has no more bugs. We can move on. Sweet. Now on to fight scene 4, which has a T error, at least one T error, and at least one reference error. So yes, here we go. It could be one of these if I'm being honest with myself, because I went in and I started and maybe I like stopped myself halfway through. There's a wild pedo in chat. Because you can see I changed these to Gen 4, but they didn't need to be. And I probably stopped myself halfway through and was like, I don't need to be doing this. Okay, so I didn't stop myself halfway through. And none of those had extra T's. Alright, so these are probably all good. These ones are probably all good. Yeah, those ones will be fine. Close those down. I'll double check for T's here. Oh, look at that, there's a T there. Got by me. Well, that's easy. That's good. Let's see what else there is. We'll do another build and see if there's any more T's. I'm glad that one was quick to find. But hopefully that's the only T error in here. Because then it will be just a reference error, which will be difficult to find for sure, but we can cross our fingers. That's not the only T error. We've still got to keep our eyes open for T's and reference errors. Alright. Starting to open our eyes. This one's okay. This one's okay. 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 I can't say that for everyone. So far, so good. On to this one. I guess we should save. I found an error. That should fix something. Let's save it. We'll do another build and see if one of these errors goes away. No, the error did not go away. So there's more T errors and more reference errors. We're getting close now. I know I've been saying that for days at this end, or at this point, but we are. I can feel it in my bones. We're gonna get there, and it's gonna happen tonight. Oh, what is this? What is this? It's fine. But it was closed for some reason, that's weird. Oh, I think I just missed it when I was opening them all. Alright. Okay. make sure I didn't start this. Those look fine. Get 9 more. So this one should have a big white thing in front of it, just like the last one. So that should be easy to spot. So we really gotta be looking for the T's. And this is all because I wasn't paying enough attention. While I was selecting what to copy paste over, because I either missed the last T or I missed the whole last or first portion. Excuse me. Real. I had a bug today that I fixed by removing a single line of code. Yeah, yep, been there for sure. Yeah. So what I did was I either like selected all of this and not the top one when I copy and pasted, or see how I just didn't select the T there, or I did that and then pasted it right over that with the T at the end and just put a second T there. And that's enough. That's all it takes. And usually in like an IDE, it'll tell you like, hey, line this, you made the mistake here. But because this is GB Studio and it's not one, like these are lined, but you know, it's just telling me the scene that it happened in. So even though it's underlined, all it does is switch to the scene, and it doesn't bring you to where it is. And that's unfortunate. Although this is problematic here because it doesn't have the tile set. I grabbed this one and not this one. So that would have caused a graphical error. It wouldn't have caused an error here, but it would have shown a graphics bug. So I'm glad I caught that. Gotta give myself my own code review. I'll find it eventually. The T and the reference fuck up. Otherwise, the game won't compile, and I won't be able to test these new enemies. 4 days I've been doing this. It's fucking crazy. Yep, that's okay. This one says that it doesn't have references, but if you click on it again, there's the reference. Can be buggy. I feel like the more events you have, the more likely it is to bug out. And yeah, I could probably have put these in one event, but that's not how I did it. Welcome in Kixie with the Toasty Redeem. I'm happy you found your quintessential hello redeem. How are you today, Kixie? Everyone should check out Kixie if they haven't. She's a indie game player, and she is a streamer, and she's super cool. She might be a vampire, but she's super cool, and everyone should check her out. Go follow her and check her schedule. She streams on Saturdays. And last playing Slice and Dice, which was a super cool roguelite that she was playing. And yeah, very supportive person, very kind person, and always happy to have her in here. Welcome in, Kixie. Hope you're having a great day. Thank you very much. Hey, wait, what? Hey, wait, what? Oh, Kixie, I was listening to this band that I think you might like. Have you ever heard My Life with Thrill Kill Cult? Because they're a lot like Ministry, and very interesting, and they have made music somewhat recently. They were a band that performed during The Crow, like in the filming. They were playing at a club in The Crow, and that's how I found them. Because I was like, man, who was that band? I am unaware. You might like them. They're a lot like Ministry. And I know you like Ministry. But yeah, I was recently. I've been listening a lot of industrial stuff lately. It's weird, you know. Industrial was like really big for me when I was a kid, and yeah, I never really grew out of it. I do. Yeah, no, Ministry is fantastic. Especially the early stuff. Well, like the middle stuff. The early stuff's good too, don't get me wrong. But the middle stuff is the best. The newer stuff, I'd take the earlier stuff over the newer stuff. But the middle stuff is the best. But yeah, we're still debugging this. We found all the bugs in Fight Scene 3. Now we're on to Fight Scene 4. And there's 2 bug types. We realized that it doesn't tell you if you... Because I found some of the extra T's. And I found some of these where it has the bank fishing game enemy swap rather than that, like, combined. And you gotta find all of them. It doesn't tell you how many there are. But yeah, we're in an ad right now, but I've just been working through the ads because it's so tedious and takes so long, and no one's missing anything really other than the conversation. But yeah, mostly I'm looking for a T because that's going to be the hardest to find. This error here should be like this big white line in front, and that'll be pretty easy to spot. But the T is hard because it's just one white T. Like if I put that there, like you can barely tell that T is white, so it doesn't like stand out as much. But it's not white. It's not green tea. It's white tea. So it's a little confusing because I'm drinking tea. I literally have a cup of tea in one hand and a mouse in the other, and I'm scrolling looking for white teas amongst green teas, and a lot of teas today. Lots of teas. But we're looking for the plain white tea, which is a band. Oh wait, what is this? This is a bug here. So we've got this, but it wasn't copied here. So that's a bug. Squashed. Now we're gonna do a build and see if it's fixed. It looks like it's not fished. So there's more. It's not fished. There's more. There's more of those same bugs. So we just have to keep scrolling. We're about a quarter of the way through this density of code. But that's not even true because every time we open it up, it gets more dense. But yeah, I was also listening to Pitch Shifter. Kixie, do you know Pitch Shifter? They're really cool. They, I found them because of Twisted Metal 3 soundtrack. They have a few songs on there that are really good. And then one of my friends in high school gave me a Pitch Shifter album that he didn't listen to anymore. I don't know why. He just didn't want it. He's like, do you want this? I was like, yeah, what's wrong with it? He's like, I don't know. It's good. I just don't want it. You can have it. And I was like, okay. And so yeah. I wonder if maybe he like stole it from someone and didn't want to get caught or something. Oh, no one got the Pokemon. Sorry, Dakota. Better luck next time, right? Pokemon come and go. But yeah, Pitch Shifter was good. They had this song called Microwaved on the soundtrack for Twisted Metal 3. And it was good. Yeah, Microwaved, and then I can't remember the other ones, but they were good. It's like a industrial kind of thing. It's not as intense as Ministry, but yeah, they're industrial metal-ish, alternative industrial. I don't know how to describe them, but I like them. I've liked them since I was young. But yeah, like junior high, I started hearing them because of Twisted Metal, and then in high school, like junior year or so, I got that album. And the album that I had was Deviant, and then the one with Microwave was www.pitchshifter.com, which is a crazy name for an album, but it's also kind of funny. Because they're kind of anti capitalism, but clearly they need to sell records to make money, so they're kind of like poking fun at their own hypocrisy, right? At least that's what I take from it. But it's good, you know, it's cool because they're aware of that, right? It's like a self-awareness. We'll get there eventually. We just need to dig through a few hundred more of these. very glamorous. We'll find it. We'll find this bug. The bug will die. I can sense that I'm getting closer. That's what this little dot tells me. Yep, we're looking for a tea amongst a white tea amongst green teas. One of these days, I'm gonna cut you into little pieces. That's from a Pink Floyd song. Dude, I used to listen to Pink Floyd when I was like really young. Like before I knew like Another Brick in the Wall or any of the radio stuff. My dad used to play metal. And the only words in like that first song was, "One of these days I'm going to cut you into little pieces." And it was just so creepy. And it's still one of my favorite Pink Floyd songs. And it's very creepy, but yeah, good stuff. That album is so like eclectic, because that first song is like early electronica. That's like, it's nearly drum and bass, right? And then and like dark drum and bass, because it's got that sample, and drum and bass didn't exist yet, so that's kind of weird, right? But later it's got Saint Tropez on there, which is all that da 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 da, and it's very like happy and chill and jazzy almost, and they're on the same album. And then Pulse is on there, and it's got like a 13-minute ending where it's just like weird phantom sounds in the night, like, and it's like, what the hell is going on here? One time I went to bed listening to metal, and I dreamt during the end of Pulse, and like I had the creepiest nightmare, and I don't remember it, but yeah, it was creepy. I remember that much. I also did a remix of One of These Days. I think that's what it's called. Looking for a bug, 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 buggy bug. Oh, I found a bug. Woo! Look at that. I found a bug, I found a bug. A buggy bug, the bug. We're gonna save it, we're gonna do a build, and hopefully we see one of these errors go away. And then we'll know that there's one less bug. We know that anyways, but I just like to see it. I want the visual confirmation. I wanna know. Oh, yeah, we did it. We've only got T-bugs left. We've only got T-bugs, Only got T-bugs left. Only got T-bugs, only got T-bugs, only got T-bugs left. Only got T-bugs, only got T-bugs, only got T-bugs left. Only got T-bugs, only got T-bugs, only got T-bugs left. T-bugs, 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 T-bugs. We only got T-bugs left. We only got T-bugs left. We only got T-bugs, we only got T-bugs, we only got T-bugs left. I'm excited. If you can't tell, that's my excited voice. I'm excited for the T-bugs being done. Done with the T-bugs coming up soon. Less T-bugs. I'm gonna be a lot more careful in the future if I ever have to do this again, because this is demeaning. It's my own fault that I'm doing this. I guess it would feel worse if it was someone else's fault, but maybe not, because, you know, like, I could at least say, well, it's not my fault. Someone else was so stupid that they couldn't copy and paste. They didn't even look at what they were doing. But if I say that now, that just makes me feel worse. What kind of a dev does this to themselves? This is a learning experience here, I feel like. There's something that could be learned here. Every tea is sacred. I might be starting to lose it. But it'll come back once I get rid of the T-bugs. I'll start to be normal again. It's all of this mindless scrolling it's doing something weird in my brain. It's like, it's not left brain, it's not right brain, it's like no brain. No brain work. I need left or right, not no brain. This is brainless work. There's a wild Magmar in chat. Jeez. Jeez Louise, look at that. Oh. I found something. It's not an error, but it would cause a visual bug here because I didn't swap out the variable there. This is Gen 4. Remove the Gen 2. Copy the tile set and make sure we get the T. Otherwise we'll have another T bug on our hands. So that should fix that issue. Now we're back to looking for T's. But yeah, all of this code here is actually just to get the art to work. I did change a bunch of variables for the enemy health, but there's other things that need to be switched still to get it to work. But I would like to test it and at least see the fish. That would be inspiring. And the zebra. But yeah, the fish box, like the cooler that you keep your caught fish in, that needs some code. And then there needs to be some code in the battles to make sure that it says the fish's names. Oh, we found another one. Oh wait, no we didn't. Now I'm losing my mind. Did I check these for T's? I'm pretty sure I did. Was I just scrolling for no reason? And why did that one look so different to me when it was clearly exactly the same? Alright, 9 more. Don't mind if I do. We're looking for a white tea amongst green teas. And we're gonna find it. It's gonna happen. My neighbor's dog sounds like a frickin' werewolf. T. All those Valheim wolves have me on edge. The wolves in Valheim are brutal, but man, those death skeetos, those are even more brutal. Okay, looking for T's, looking for T's. Holy shit, I can't believe I've been doing this for 5 hours. Almost 5 hours. So that's not really an issue, but it does show you that I wasn't paying attention because I didn't remove it from that one, but I removed it from all the others.
Hurry up!
Hurry up! I'm going as fast as I can, Lumbee. Welcome in, Lumbee. We're looking for bugs. We found a whole bunch, but there's still some left. Keep up the good work, Rick. Thank you, Wallace Lovecraft. Welcome in. Hope you're doing well. How you doing tonight? Look at that. Everyone should check out Big Lumby if they haven't yet. Thanks for checking in, Big Lumby. What are we looking at, Lumby? Also, thanks for checking in, Wallace. Appreciate that. How are you both doing today? Did you guys carpool together?
Slippy, watch out! Bogey on
First
your
message
tail.
was a jump, and I got it. Nice. Did you guys carpool here together? Because you guys came at the same exact time. Welcome in, both of you. I hope you're both doing well. Tired? Oh no. Well, it is getting late. So it's about that time, right? I just slammed a bunch of teas, so I'll be up for at least until we find the last tea bug. See, there's an extra tea on tile set. Tile set only has 2 teas, not 3 teas. Big Lumby says, just did my associate's degree celebration stream earlier. Ah, sorry I missed that. Tired as fuck, but super happy. Congrats. Congratulations. Very much appreciate that. You're now an associate. And that's super fantastic. We got a little celebration for you. Fantastic work on your associate's degree. I hope your stream went well. What were you doing during your stream? Other than celebrating? Were you playing games and such? I didn't look at the thing. Last playing retro. Oh, Jazz Jackrabbit too. Okay. Cool. Yeah, sorry I wasn't able to catch that. One of these days I need to just not stream and just watch some streams. But I wanted to get started on this early because I'm still going. And that's how the cookie crumbles. Also played that magic game you like and lost my mind. Well, you don't have to play it just because I like it. But I do like that game. It's nice because it's all the old cards. You don't have to buy any cards. All the cards are there. And the AI isn't like amazingly smart on hard mode. I mean, it'll still beat you if it gets the opportunity, but you can still beat it. Although honestly, the last like 5 games of that I played, I lost. So like it's pretty tough. But I like losing. Losing is fun sometimes. I'm strange like that. Some people like really don't like losing at like tabletop games. I don't mind. I don't mind at all. I'm observing the game's design when I play. I'm also observing the psychology of people, because I think something happens when you're winning that you like can't pay attention to when you're winning, but it's noticeable to everyone who's losing. To be fair, you are better than me in that respect. Better at losing? Because that's kind of a strange thing to be better at, right? Yeah. I see what you're saying. I'm a better loser than you are. You're calling me a loser. I don't mind. I've been a loser my whole life. I'm good at being a loser. I'm a better loser than most people. If there's one thing I'm good at, it's being a loser. It's not how you lose, but how well you lose. Or something. Listen, at least you don't lose sore. Oh, like flipping the table? I do that. Tabletop simulator. I'm so glad that's a feature in Tabletop Simulator, to be honest. I think that's hilarious. Well, not flip the fuck out sore, but sore enough to be done with the game for a bit. Oh, I'll do that for sure. I mean, I play that game, but after a 5 loss streak, I definitely chill out. I nearly did that with Valheim today. I got killed by wolves, and then I got killed by a gray dwarf because I didn't have my shit yet. I had to go back and get my shit, and the gray dwarf took me out. I was like, Jesus, do I even want to play this? But I did. I continued playing, and I made a little wall so the wolves would stop killing me. And I also killed like 4 or 5 wolves because I was pissed at them. Had to get my anger out by killing some wolves. Yeah. But no, I had an older brother who would like cheat at games, and like I just kind of got over being mad about that stuff. But back to what I was saying, it is interesting when people start to win, they have like this psychology that like comes over them, and I don't think it's like, I think it's suppressible, but I don't think it's entirely controllable. And you know what, there was an interesting like video that I saw of this experiment where they changed the rules of Monopoly and observed the players, right? So they made it an asymmetrical game. They made it so one player got twice as much money to start with and got twice as much money when they passed go, and the other player didn't. And what they noticed was that the player who was winning, and they surveyed them afterwards and observed them during the game, they noticed that the player that was winning ate more of the food that was on the table, got louder, laughed and had more fun, and then afterwards thought that they won because of their decision making and their strategy over the fact that they were just born rich, right? And that was the idea, was that like people who are born into money or have an easier chance at life, they develop a mentality of thinking that they are doing well because of something that they did, when really it's just luck of the draw. And that was an interesting experiment, I thought. Monopoly itself is an interesting thing because it was a game that was developed to try to prove how capitalism is messed up. That's what it was supposed to do. It was supposed to prove that capitalism was immoral, and it ended up being one of the best-selling games. How fucked up is that? It ended up being one of the best-selling board games, and society is too stupid to realize that it's a shitty game. That's the reality of it. People still play Monopoly, except they play McDonald's Monopoly or Monopoly Go, and it's even worse, right? It's even stupider than just the board game, and it's people buy into that shit. It's weird. But to be honest, I had Monopoly on Super Nintendo, and we used to get drunk and get 6 people, because I think you had a max of 6 on that, or maybe it was 8. We would get the max number of players, and we would get drunk and play Monopoly. But again, I didn't care if I lost ever. It was all just a experiment to me. Understanding game design and understanding the psychology of others. I don't mind losing. When I play games, You know, like today, digital games, doesn't bother me if I lose. Sometimes I'll kill myself just to test the game's mechanics. Lumby says, well, the first mistake was playing Monopoly. The second was playing McDonald's Monopoly. There you go. A duel. Alright, alright. With a buy-in of 0. Weak. Oh, that was the wrong button. Here we go. YouTube's been giving me copyright claims for these Final Fantasy II songs, which is unfortunate, but they're just claims, they're not strikes. Dude. Oh, that was close. Dude, that was so close. I will defeat you. No, you will not. I won for 0 points. That was really close. I will avenge myself. It was close. It was very close. Back to the T's. Looking for T's. Looking for a white tea amongst green teas. That was a close duel though. That was a fun one. I've never seen it get that close. I'm gonna find this T. I'm gonna delete the hell out of it. And it's gonna be cathartic. It's gonna make all of this worth it. I'm sure this is fine, but I want to see that it's fine. Looking for a T. A T too many. Why is this so slow? Probably because there's like a million of these open. T, 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 T. A lot of T's. More T's, more T's, more T's. Maybe we should like go up and like close the top one, just maybe it'll make it faster, because it's like getting so slow that like it's like slowing me down. Of course, now I lost track of where I was at, but we'll find it. Was that it? No. Here it is. It is a little faster. No T's though. Nice work with the jump catch. You're getting really good at that. It's a tough little mini game with the delay and the latency. When you notice the delay and take note of it and practice, it's manageable. Yeah, you kind of have to do that. Like count how long it takes, how many seconds. Oh man, the yawns. The yawns are coming. Alright, looking for more T-bugs. There's probably only one left. Is this even right? Enemy 3 type equals 0? It doesn't seem like it should be that. I have a feeling we'll be digging back through this. Or maybe that doesn't make a difference here. I think it might. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it does actually. Because we tell it to be a number. But first we'll worry about the T-bug and then we'll... Oh! There's a T. An extra T. Hopefully that's the last one. We'll do a little compilation here. We'll compile and check. Oh, we're still getting another T-bug. That's not fun. I was hoping that was it. I didn't hope hard enough. I didn't cross my fingers. I didn't wish upon a star. Oh, there's another. We'll save it, and we'll do another build. Holy shit, that's all the bugs. Look at that, that game compiled. Dude. Congratulatory music. Yeah. It's exciting. I'm excited. Alright, let's give it some cool colors. Let's go with this one. This is a funky one. Alright, we're gonna do a new expedition. We're gonna cheat to get past the boss. So we close the build log, and then we go to.
It is time.
It is time. We'll do level overworld level int. We'll change that to 1, and then boss 1 dead equals 1 also. And then we can just warp to level 2. I'm gonna cheat actually also to, oh, that's not the right thing. I'm gonna cheat to give myself more levels because these guys are gonna be hard. Okay, here we are. We're gonna fish for level 1 fish. Here they come. Uh-oh. It's calling it a big eye, but it's not. Also, the life did not update. So that's a bug. It was extremely easy because it had 0 health. Not sure what happened there. Try another one. 2 demon fish dead ahead. Uh-oh. These ones got health, but they are not visible. That's weird. They're invisible fish. Alright, well, that's not fun. Let's run away from the invisible fish. Let's go to zone 4 and see what happens. Are there any fish on your fish tour? There they are. Those ones worked. Look at that. We got cheeks and a slime. Well, I finished my work for the day and I'm gonna head off to bed. Good night. This is a super cool project. Thank you. I appreciate that. And thanks for hanging out. I'm glad you got your work done. And I hope you have a wonderful evening and sleep well and wake up refreshed. Thank you again. Always appreciate the company. Kixie, we got new fish. We found all the bugs. Well, we found all of those the compilation bugs, the ones that were preventing it from compiling. But we found new bugs. Some fish are invisible, unfortunately. And some fish have no life. Just like me. Nice, yeah, it's exciting. Very exciting. Gonna kill Cheeks here. This level's kind of cool because it's so like mazy and big. Oh, we got another invisible fish. I wonder why that's happening. More invisible fish. It seems to only be happening on fight scene 1. So let's take a look at this. Or fight scene 3. Let's save. I don't think we did that. Alright, so let's go all the way to the top. I think it's because of those variables, the enemy types. I don't think they're supposed to be 0 through 3. I think they're supposed to be... If this is 0 through 3, then this one is 4 through... What, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So I think it's supposed to be 8, 9, 10, 11. So we're gonna do that. So it's not too bad, but we do have to do it for each of the enemy counts. So yeah, 8, 9, 10, 11. 8, 9, 10, 11. Better double check these. Oh my gosh. Oh no, that's okay. That's what it's supposed to be. I was like, oh no. Eight, 9, 10, 11. Eight, 9, 10, 11. 8, 9, 10, 11. Oh, open the wrong one. Trying to close those. 8, 9, 10, 11. Eight, 9, 10, 11. Oh man. 8, 9, 10, 11. Eight, 9, 10, 11. Eight, 9, 10, 11. We're getting somewhere here. Still got a bit of a ways, but we're getting somewhere. 8. I'm surprised I didn't do this before. 9, 10, 11. Whew. 8, 9, 8, 10, 11. I'm gonna have to put the Pyrotoad music in the stream to make it just a little, that little bit much longer, so the music is just a little bit less repetitive. Uh-oh. 9, 10, 11. Uh-oh. 9. Wait, no, 8. 8, 9, 10, 11. Yeah, okay. 8, 9, 10. 11. Eight. 9. 10. 11. We got ad break. I'm gonna take a little break here and eat some cranberries. Midnight snack. Okay, I am back. I took a second longer there because I realized that I left clothes in the washer that needed to be dried. It wasn't even clothes, it was bedding. that I'll need to sleep on. So we'll be up for at least another hour or so while that dries. And I'm glad I remembered when I did. Yup, it was time to wash my pillows. And I'm gonna need those to sleep. 8, 9, 10, 11. I guess I could sleep on the couch. It's a really comfy couch. I've been kind of itching to sleep on it. Seems kind of stupid. Slept on many a couch is my day. 8, 9, 10, 11. Eight, 9, 10, 11. Ooh, that looks like all of them. Although, you know, we gotta check out fight scene 4 now, right? Just in case, you know, what if there's things we missed? You never know. You never know. Oh, look at that, enemy type 3. That ain't right. That ain't right. Although, honestly, how is that right for the other one? That's my question, because we copied it from this one, didn't we? I don't know. I don't know. That seems weird. That seems very weird. Maybe we didn't copy it from that one. But also, this one was working. So that's really weird. I'm gonna close all these first so I can scroll quicker. Like, cause if we go to this one, and then we take a look. Yeah, see, that one starts at 4. So maybe we just copied that scene again. I think that's what we did. Which shouldn't make much of a difference. But yeah, I'm excited for this upcoming game jam. I think that this could be a fun little project. Hopefully it's quick and easy. We're doing point and click stuff, which I have a little bit of experience in. I made one of the levels in Source Hack uses a point and click 3D type maze. And that one's interesting because it uses variables to decide and procedurally generate well, I guess it's not procedurally generated, but to generate the levels, because all the rooms are exactly the same, except that it changes the actor positions and if they're there or not. And so that's essentially what we're going to be doing with the anomalies, except that we'll be using background tile swapping, I think, for most of it. Otherwise it'd be really easy to cheat, especially with the web build that GB Studio makes, because one of the or a few of the palettes changes the colors of the actors. So if you use actors to cover up the background, it becomes really obvious because it's a different color. And since most people are going to be playing it on the web browser, it makes sense to optimize their gameplay. And I like background tile swapping. We'll probably use the event for it, and that should make things a little easier. Less of this nonsense. Though I guess the events are a little bit slower, but honestly it shouldn't be a big issue. The scrolling's already getting faster. Yeah, we don't need these open anymore because we know they're right. But we might as well just get them out of the way first. So these ones are 4. That's weird. It makes me wonder if we scroll all the way down on this one and then go to here, are these ones right? No, these ones are... Does this never happen? It's an else statement for if inventory is open. I don't know what inventory open does. Does it never open? Does the inventory never open? Man, that would be weird if I did all of that for something that was never put in there. If inventory open equals 0. It just seems like such a weird thing to have there. What does inventory open do? Why didn't I rename it if I used it? Because I have this inventory, but like, that's clearly for like a menu. There's a wild comfy in chat. When does the inventory open? Does it ever open? How does one open the inventory? Yeah, that's weird. Pretty weird. Anyways, back to what I was doing. Alright, enemy count 1. We need to close the swap tiles. Enemy count 2, close the swap tiles. Enemy count 3, close the swap tiles, right? Oh wait, no. We want to close this thing. And yeah, so the numbers, wait, no, the numbers are not right here. Maybe one of these comes up with the fish numbers. So if fish zone int equals 4, and then so yeah, I switched them to be, oh no, I didn't. I switched these ones, but not those ones. So that's a thing. Or no. Did I switch these ones? These are 12 to 15. These are 12 to 15. It's so weird that they were still working. Pretty weird. Pretty weird indeed. Anyways, let's fix what we were doing here. Swap tiles. Fish position. So yeah, that's 0, 3, 4, 7. We want 8, 9, 10, 11. But this is 4, so we actually want 12, 13, 14, 15. Twelve, 13, 14, 15. Oh. 12, 13, 14, 15. Twelve, 13, 14, 15. Why is it so high? Shouldn't it be 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Why is it? There's not that many fish though. There's only 8 plus 8. Oh, I guess that's 16. Yep, never mind. My brain is just not braining today. For some reason it felt like there was 8. There's been 8 for so long that it seems like there should only be 8. 12, 13, 14, 15. So there's 18, 19 different enemies in this game. Nearly 20. Actually, there is 20 because there's this one. There's 21. There's this one. Yep. Is that right? So 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. There's exactly 20 enemies. All my tea is gone. I shouldn't be drinking any more caffeine at this point anyways. Not that I think I'll have any trouble sleeping, I am tired. $12, 13, 14, 15. Oh. 12, 13, 14, 15. Twelve, 13, 14, 15. 12, 13, 14, 15. I wonder if I never switched the variables because I realized that I wasn't using this. 12, 13, 14, 15. I'm just trying to think of how it would even work. Like, if the inventory was open, then why would it still need to populate the fish? Maybe the fish box is the inventory. These are the draw fish. If current fish box equals 0. Oh, there's a bunch. I see. We should close some of these so we can better see what's going on here. If info equals 0 and 1, info equals 0, go back to the title screen. That seems weird. I don't think we ever use the inventory. Here's inventory open. So we only use it on this scene. I don't know why it would populate the fish on that scene differently if the inventory was open. It just seems like a mistake or an oversight. There's a wild Scyther in chat. Scyther's one of my favorites. Alright, back to this. I think we should change them even if they're not getting used. 14, or no, 12, 12, 13, 14, 15. 12, 13, 14, 15, 12, 13, 14, 15. You know, that makes me wonder on this scene, if we go to inventory open equals. Wait, it forces it to be closed. That's weird. If we go to this one, and then we check this out, and then we look at this, it's using the Gen 1 swap tile. So this stuff definitely doesn't get used. This definitely doesn't get used. So we definitely have like all of these. We doubled the amount of scripts and didn't need to. And then we spent twice as much time on each scene without needing to. So basically 1 day, 2 days of streaming was stuff we didn't actually need to do because of oversight that I made. I'm gonna make a note of that so that way it doesn't happen again. Probably on this one too, huh? Alright, so that actually should mean that this is done then. Man, my mind is still blown that I did all of that and didn't need to. Like hundreds of copy paste that didn't need to be done. Because I didn't make a note of it during the game jam. Probably because I was worried about time, although honestly I was like out of time and should have been testing, didn't have time to test. But that should fix the bug that we were having where the enemies aren't showing, so we should test that real quick. Yep. Clothes are still gonna be in the dryer for like another, or clothes, I keep saying clothes. The pillows and blankets it's still gonna be in the dryer for like another 30-40 minutes. So we got time to work some more. It didn't give them health that one time, so that's kind of messed up, right? That was weird. The songs were at the same tempo, so they kind of went together. Alright, so we'll go to the options, give ourselves more levels, we'll go to the boss dead one, we'll hit 1 there, and then overworld integer, we'll start that one and hit, yeah, And let's start the boss one too. And then just go to watched. And we no longer need that one. That one, that one. That one, that one. Or that one. Alright, and now we can exit the options menu. And head over to level 2. We didn't animate this one yet, so that still needs to be done. We're still not getting fish. Let's take a look at the variables here. Enemy 1 type is 7. Enemy 2 type is 4. Enemy 3 type is 4. Enemy 4 type is 7. Enemy count is 1. So enemy 1 type should be there. This is fight scene 3. I think. Maybe the issue is that it's putting us to fight scene 0. It says that it's putting us there. The fight scene 3 overworld level int is set to 1. Those should be fine. So the issue's got to be somewhere in here. The inventory is not open, right? Inventory open equals 0. So it should populate the fish. We've got enemy count 1. Wait a second, it's set to 8, but for some reason it's at 7. But we know that 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 is froggy. It should be 8. I think there's an issue in the sighting of the fish. I think that happens in this actor. So if fish zone 1, this is set 8 to 11. So why is it set to 7? there's something else here. So overworld equals 0 to 12. And then it says if it equals 12, change currency to stack. It's also doing that here too. So for whatever reason, oh no, that's right, because it's sending it to the hard, easy, medium. Easy, medium, easy, medium, hard, and hard, which is still where they want to go. That's still where they need to go. So there's nothing wrong with that. Let's get the music back on. That's fine. It's this check fish zone int. Overworld level. It's set to 1. What about random? No, because that would just be enemy 1. Why would it be 7 though? I don't understand why it would be 7. It shouldn't be 7. It should be 8 through 11. Don't know. It's weird. The enemy 1 type is getting randomly changed here too, you see that? Now it's 4. Why is the enemy type being changed randomly? Huh, that's real weird. It changed from 15 to 6. It's like something is setting it. Oh, that's what it is. I see what's going on here. So there's 2 checked fish in zones. Alright, let's close that because that's an issue. So we need to do the same thing for these because it changes based on if your XY is different or your Z is different. Your X or Y is different. Yeah, so we need to do a check to see if it's the overworld int. So var val compare overworld level int equals 0. We'll put this in there, and then we'll copy this and paste it here, and now we'll say overworld level int equals 1, and then we'll say well, let's keep it the same as the other one. Where is the other one? Fight scene 3, yeah, okay. So that's what it should say. And then these get 8 through 11. Eight through 11. 8 through 11. 8 through 11. 8 through 11. Alright, so same thing here. We need if value compare with variable world level int 1. We'll drag that up here, throw that inside, copy it, paste it under here. Oh, this one's actually supposed to be 0 and this one's supposed to be 1. We'll name this to group 3 again. And we'll change this to 8, 11, 8 through 11, 8 through 11, 8 to 11. Alright, so now we got fish zone 3. So these ones, yep, variable value compare world 0, throw that there, copy this, paste it. Now it gets a 1 here, and we'll rename this. That didn't work. Rename this 4. Within 4 we get 12 to 15. 12 to 15. 12 to 15. 12 to 15. Same thing here. Variable value. Variable compare with value. World level int. Drag that down. Copy this. Paste it here. Change that to 1. Rename it to 4. Oh, that's 24. And then 12 to 15. 12 to 15. 12, 15. 12 to 15. Alright, so that should fix the issue. So what was happening was, if I was going up and down, or left and right, then it was fine, but as soon as I went up and down, it would change back to the wrong numbers, for the wrong level. And since it's only looking for the right numbers, it just wasn't populating the fish. So yeah, we'll go to the options, cheats, and then we'll go to our variables. We'll go to our watched variables, change these both to 1, and then we'll go back here, go to back, warp to level 2. All right. There we have a fish. We've got a squidly. Man, that took forever. But we got it. We got the zebra. They don't have any life though. Uh-oh. Is that supposed to be a dead end? I don't think so. It's getting real choppy. Uh-oh, we got a bug there. We missed one. This is a fish type 1. Where are these audio bugs coming from? Ugh. I know what that bug is. Use the wrong variable. Copied the tile map and not the tile set or whatever. There's a wild lunatone in chat. We should probably mark that bug before we forget. Was it this one? This one. Oh, it won't let me do that. So yeah, bugs. Fish type 7? No, 8, 9, 10, 11. Fish type 11 has graphic bug in position 1, fish count 2. And that should help me to find it later. Let's go back to the game. Oh, I need a lighthouse too. Haven't seen that one yet. So that's the one that I was using for the marketing materials. And it looks good. A red fish. This looks good too, actually. Kind of want to get to the other end of that dead end. So you don't actually need to go through there. It is kind of a bogus thing. I should probably fix that because players would probably complain. Oh. Can't pass through passage east of octopus location. Yeah. We're gonna run away. Two zebras. Gained 5 levels. Gained 5 levels. Why am I gaining 5 levels? Oh shit. I just realized something. One of the fish types, or 2 of the fish types have already been used because of the boss battle. That's not fun. And still, sometimes you only deal 4 damage even when you're super high level. 8 damage there. Which is a little weird considering I'm at level 50. I'm headed to bed. Thank you for the stream. Good night. You're welcome. And thank you for hanging out. I appreciate you being here. And I hope you sleep well. Hope you wake up rested and have a great day at work. Take care, Kixie. Gained 5 levels. Gaining lots of levels from killing those zebras. It kind of looks like an egg, but that's okay. The skull egg. Gained 5 levels. Alright, well, we know what's going on with the life. let's take a look at the boss battle and see what numbers were given to them. Populate fish? No. I think it's this. No, it's gotta be here. Enemy 3 health, enemy 1 health. Okay, so it's not that. It's gonna be our give XP script. Enemy 12 and 13. That's weird that I skipped to 12 and 13, right? Cosmo the Shadow Cat lurking, and have a great stream. Thank you, I appreciate that. We're probably gonna end before too long here. I was just waiting for my clothes in the dryer. Or I keep saying clothes, my pillows in the dryer. Forgot that they were in the wash and I didn't dry them, so now I'm waiting for them because I can't sleep without them. But yeah, everyone should check out Cosmo the Shadow Cat and give him a follow. Thanks for the lurk, I always appreciate that. And yeah, it's weird that I went from 7 to 12 and 13. I'm a little bit confused about that. Like, why didn't I go to 8 or 9? Why did I choose 12 and 13? Maybe I planned on doing another set, right? I think that's what it was. Because 12 is this one and 13 is this one. I think I planned on doing 3 things of fish and I was like, nope, that took too long, we're only doing that. And then at that point I had already named the variables for the fish. Alright, so what we're gonna do is we're going to change these. Enemy 1 type equals, and then I don't know where else it's used though. I don't think it does any of those. Well, first of all, that's the else statement, so it definitely doesn't do that. But yeah, boss row graphics, it doesn't check that. Maybe battle player's turn. Oh, these were all the permutations. The A, alive, 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 dead, alive, 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 dead, alive. That, I remember all that now. It's all coming back to me. I think that it only needs those for the experience.
So I think we should set it to be 16 and 17. But how does it know what the enemy type is? Does it happen in the level? It does, okay. That's the only other place that it happens, I think. So we'll just change it here. So it'll be 16 and 17. And then we'll change it in the give XP as well. So this will be 16 and this will be 17. Uh, 16 and 17. And 17. Enemy position 1. Enemy position 1. Why do they all say enemy position 1? That's weird. Well, this is 2, so we'll just rename these. I don't know why they never got the right name. Probably because it was a game jam and it didn't make a difference. 2. Three. And then 4. Alright, but we do need to give experience to all the other enemies. So 8 through 11. So 8, 9, 10, 11. Oh, these ones are still at 12 and 13. And they're supposed to be 16 and 17. Cool. So what we need to do then is duplicate these ones. So what we can do is make a group, And we'll put all of the first ones in there. And we'll duplicate the group. We'll paste it there. And then we'll close the group and we'll paste it there. And just so we know what these are, we'll say Gen 1 and 2 not equals 1 and what? Oh, I gotta shift Gen 1 and 2, and then we'll say rename Gen 3 and 4. Alright, so these all need to be changed then. So it ended at 7, we'll start at 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Alright, so the next step is to increment the experience properly. So let's remove this one and these two, because we're gonna use this. Copy that, paste it there, and paste it there. Alright, so it should start at 1, but what it really needs to do is reflect the number that this value is. So it says 8, but it's actually 9, right? Because we started 0. So 9, and then 10. So it's always going to be one more than it was. So 11, 12, 13, 14, and 15. And then 16. So that's fish 16. And then these ones, I guess we'll just leave them the same for now. Although it's a little weird that this one actually gives XP, but this one doesn't actually give XP. What's going on with that? I'm so confused. I'm pretty sure it gave you 5 levels for beating the tentacles. And that's weird. That I don't see it. But also it's weird that it's not actually giving you any XP for the other one. But I swear it was giving you 5 for the tentacles. Oh, where am I looking? Over here. Give XP. Maybe it was a bug. Because when you fought the boss, enemy 1, enemy 2, enemy 3. That's weird is what it is. But we should finish what we're doing with the experience before we quit for the night, because we're about ready to do that. So yeah, what we need to do then, we'll just leave that the same for now. But we need to take this Gen 3 and 4 event and put that in. But then we need to change them because it still says enemy type 1 and they need to be enemy type 4. No, it's not saving. Oh, because I didn't click it. Duh. Alright. So those are fine. That one's good. These need to be 3. Oh, these are 2s. What am I doing? Putting 3s in there. Gosh darn it. Got carried away with the 3s. I was thinking about that other bug. So we got the enemy 2s, we got the enemy 1s, got the enemy 3s, and the enemy 4s. Oh, this one's not, right? Alright, so that should fix that. I'd say we find that bug real quick, because we know it was in this scene, and we know it was enemy count 2, and we know it was fish type, is that 11 in position 1. And it's this one right here. See how it says tile map? It needs to be tile set. And that fixes that graphical bug. So that's good. We can cross that off from the nodes here. Oh, that's not the right one. This one. Yeah. Okay, I think the laundry is done and we're all saved up and this is ready for tomorrow. The fish box still needs to get done because it's only got up to 7. We'll have to change the things here because they only go up to something. There's a fishbox script that needs to be changed, right? Because this will have to be changed because that's the max. Also, we could put the no, I guess we can't really fit the bosses in there. But that's okay. Alright, anyways. We're good. We're gonna close this out. Let's see if there's anyone to raid. It looks like Indie X is still on. Let's see what that looks like. Looks like she's chatting with the devs of Paperclip. So let's go raid her before she finishes up. And
we'll get the raid message. And let's see. Raid channel. And we need to get her name in there. Indie XX. So yeah, we're gonna raid Indie XX. Oh, she's not allowing raids at this time. Wonder why that is. Maybe she just got raided. She's got 11 viewers. That's always disappointing when that happens. Maybe we'll just keep trying until it works. Still not working. I don't know why that happens sometimes. It's a little bit frustrating. I don't know, maybe it's because I don't have enough viewers. That's really weird though. Alright, well, we'll raid Cosmo then. I don't know why it won't let me raid her. Oh, that didn't work. Alright, that's gonna work. Alright, so get your raid message out. We'll raid Cosmo, and should be a good time. Thanks everyone for hanging out. I appreciate everyone lurking, everyone with the motivation and everyone who dropped in and said hey. Everyone's awesome. Thank you. Alright, but we're gonna go do that, so if you're gonna join in, use the raid message. If not, that's totally cool. And yeah, I'll see you next time, probably tomorrow. Alright, I'm hitting the button. See you later.
Romans